sitting of the Commissioners Court of Hood County, Texas. Today is Monday, March 9th, 2026. It's 9 a.m. and we're in the central jury room of the Ralph H. Walton Jr. Justice Center at 1200 West Pearl Street in Granbury, Texas. You want to give the invocation this morning, please? Commissioner Wilson.
Pray with me, please. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we're thankful for the many blessings you have given each of us in our lives. We ask that you be with each of us now as we go about the business for the county, that we may make the decisions that are in the best interest of all. Continue thy blessings upon us. Bless this court. In Christ's name, amen.
Amen. You would please join in the pledge to pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now pledge to the great state of Texas.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay. Okay, the first item of business is to receive presentations from and conduct questions and answers with shortlisted vendors in response to RFQ 2026-04, construction manager / owner's agent. The court may make an award at this time or at a later date. Mr. Glenn Tillman.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. So yes, we're going to start with the construction management owner's agent services. And the first presenter will be Southwest Architects. We're going to ask all teams that have not yet presented today if they would wait out in the hallway with their devices turned off to maintain fairness among the groups. The sheriff will call you in one at a time whenever it's your turn. Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good. Well, let's wait until everybody gets out.
Oh, okay.
Give a few minutes. How are you doing? How are you doing?
We're ready to start. Excuse me.
Oh, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, begin. Are you ready, Christine?
Nope, we're good. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jeff Hufffinger with Southwest Architects. Southwest Architects is located in Crescent, Texas. We've been in business since 1985. We've represented counties throughout the state. We've done over 35 jail facilities. And the first thing you're thinking to yourself is, we're not trying to hire an architect. I know you're not. Wayne is a good friend of mine. He's a great architect. And it just so happens when you were trying to get an architect, I was pretty busy. So at the time, I didn't think it was prudent for me to get outside my comfort zone. But as this situation has developed, I just felt like it was important to reach out to the court. I'm a local guy. I'm actually semi-retired now. I'm not going to lie to you. After 41 years of chasing work from all four corners of the state, it's time for me to kind of slow down. Just, it happens, okay? And I guess I've been blessed enough that I can do that. But I saw an opportunity here for something for me to work within the community that I shop in. We eat here. We live literally 1 mile on the other side of the county line. And if somebody asks where I'm from Granbury. I'm not from Fort Worth. I'm not from Benbrook. I'm from Granbury. And at the end of the day, that's the way my wife and I decided in 2006 to relocate out here. And I just really have enjoyed it. The bottom line is as I went through the process and read all the documents that you can read online, I've got enjoy visiting with a few of you before the RFQ came out, and I will mention this. That is the most thorough RFQ in my career. I don't know if you wrote it by yourself, but that was absolutely spot on, okay? Spot on. Now, I've like I said, I can tell you about all the counties I've worked for. Wise County, in this area, Somerville, Wise, Young, Bosque, Coryell. I just finished a courthouse in Coryell. Just finished a jail expansion in Coryell. Wise County did in 1996, I believe it was. The irony of that was I was challenged there to add on to a jail that was 100% full, and that while we were going to do this addition, it was going to stay 100% full. Well, that challenge came back. We spent a lot of extra time master planning, which is one of the things that I'm really going to push for is a long-term master plan. They wanted that jail to last 30 years. We added on 230 beds. It is currently 50% occupied. Okay, that's what you want. You want your jail to last longer than your bond program. And when I was looking at all the presentation stuff and some very interesting ways to look at it, the accountants that did the analysis, the jail commission, and that's 2 years old. Now, one of the concerns I had when I was looking at it is it's 2 years old. I've seen a lot more explosions. I drive that road, and thank God for the bypass now. You know, I know the traffic volume is greatly increasing. So I know that we have become not a retirement community, but a community where, with industry, with commercial, retail, everything. So it's growing, which is going to grow your issues with the jail long term. And when I looked at a 160 bed addition to 192 beds, I went, okay, their peak was 259. My quick averaging of their last 6 months is 230. We had 160 to 192, we're at 350, right? Well, if you take the 40 odd that he's housing out currently, add that to 92, we're already at 250. Jail Commission recommends at 80% capacity that you start considering a new program. Well, at 282, you're going to be at your 80% capacity. So I just challenged this court, the department, that we put together a team. And that team is supported by commissioners. Always like to have 2 commissioners on every team, on the team, the sheriff's office, IT, the clerk, and also the maintenance department. I didn't get a chance to get with a sheriff because the RFQ came out beforehand, but at the end of the day, we meet very regularly. With all my clients, I've done this. The keys to a successful project is the team and being accountable for every step of the process. And quite frankly, in the booklet I gave you, I've given you a milestone outline that I've used for 30 years. And in that milestone outlay, you'll see how that team responds at every single milestone of the Jail Commission. From pre-bond at schematic design, that team puts together a very, very thorough cost estimate. Now, I'm also of the opinion that we should have a construction manager on board right now. Should have been 6 months ago. Because you can get a construction manager to go to work for this county for literally free, to work with your architect and work with you as the owner and develop a detailed cost estimate. And that's the start of the project. And at every single milestone, it's updated and it's kept very thorough. And by doing that, we keep this court informed monthly, how this project's going, how it's developing. But at the first, like I said, this whole process is coming in after the bond election. It's just like I was looking at, when I was talking about the numbers, I was looking at some challenges that I've dealt with in the past, similar to that. And so what we've learned is We, as a team, can create alternates at the very start of a project and track that cost potential through the point where we submit the project out to bid. And if we're tracking those alternates, this court has options that might enhance your return on your investment. A good example is, I believe when I just reviewed real quickly the schematic, 48-bed expansion. Well, based on everybody's recommendation, that's still 48 beds short. So why not look at that possibility of that expansion in the original scope as an alternate? I've actually done it where we built the shells. And then if we were under budget, we finished out the bedrooms. Outside the box thinking at the start of these projects will make your return on your investment maximized. And remember, I started in this business doing jails at $160 a foot. They're not $160 a foot now. You know, we're closer to the 700 range. But at the end of the day, construction costs are going up everywhere from 6 to 8% a year. And anything we can plan now, even if it's just doing the infrastructure for our, if we could create a long-term master plan, everything we do today will save us in the future. And God forbid you was to ever complete a construction on a project and 5 years later you're having to look at doing it again. I'd much rather look at a project forward thinking at the start. And everybody understands the necessities of numbers and money. But if you're looking forward now, look what benefit it'll give a future court. And you might be the ones having to deal with that in the future. So all I'm saying is costs are started at the very start of a project. And the way to contain those costs is to have a very thorough master plan and follow through with the master plan through the whole process, keeping the teams working, keeping the court informed, all the way up to the point where it goes out to bid. And then where there's no surprises. In all my years, I've been over budget one project, and it was during the pandemic, and I told the court it was going to happen. It did. But at the end of the day, that's because we pre-planned even that and failed. I hate to admit it, but it did. But if you take a 48-year career and you have one bust, I'm pretty proud of it. So another form of how we're going to maintain cost controls is I believe that our architect or the representative should be on the site every week, okay? And I'm going to propose a step contract. At the first, it'll be heavy, helping develop master plans, helping develop costs, developing all the cost controls, getting the construction manager on board, coordinating with the architect, working together and bringing back to this court a good solid estimate. Then, as we go into the phase where the architect is spending his time doing all the construction documents, hey, you don't need to be paying somebody to do nothing. A monthly update. And I would perform those monthly updates and keep the court informed of how it's going with the architect, meeting with the sheriff and the team, and then presenting to the court once a month. And then when construction starts, it could be every day. 17 miles away, okay? Other than taking my granddaughter to school, I have no responsibilities hardly anymore. I've limited my exposure to the industry, but I would expect once it starts going vertical, I'd be here every day. And I'd have a team meeting once a week. And that team meeting wouldn't necessarily always include the architect because I'm not familiar with your contract with him. But I would meet with a contractor, I meet with the subs, the representatives from the court, representatives from the SO, maintenance. Very important to have maintenance guy. If he's in-house or if he's countywide. Because if he understands how that pipes are run, he understands how to fix them. We don't wait till the end. So we would be meeting every week. We would thoroughly discuss the budget and schedules. Time is money at the end of the day, and everybody makes more money if they keep on time. That's what we're going to do. I'm not shy about it. I carry around a book with me. I have every single subcontractor's name, from their foreman, the owner, and anybody involved in those projects. And they're welcome to call me 9-day up to 7, and to answer questions. I don't want anybody to ever be held up because we aren't there. You know, that's the bottom line. Because time's money to that subcontractor. And you build the relationships with those subcontractors and contractors, it's golden. They go bend over backwards for you. And so I carry around 10 years of phone numbers. I just had a call the other day from a jail I did in Wheeler, Texas, and they had an issue with their force main. And they couldn't remember exactly where it was. Well, one, I create a set of documents that go into the clerk's office that nobody can touch. And the sheriff gets a complete set of those documents at his facility. But at the end of the day, I pulled it up on my computer, called him up, told him exactly where it was, got it resolved. I'm available. I'm available in the future. And as this project goes on and on, I'm very familiar with how the jail commission standards are going and what they're expecting and how they're expecting it. We're one of the 3 architects that do these jails in the state as a general rule. And like I said, we're good friends with Wayne. And at the end of the day, I understand the jail commissioning. And once it's commissioned, I have a very thorough maintenance checklist that I propose that the sheriff keep in-house with his maintenance people, which deals with items weekly, monthly, quarterly, semi-annually. And by maintaining those items and being accountable to the sheriff, who's accountable to the court, when it comes to the spring, summer, when you go to be doing your budgets for maintenance, he sees where he's had problems. It helps. But more importantly, you as a court are observing that he's doing his best to maintain the facility that you blessed him with to have. And at the end of the day, that's so important, the long term. I mean, I've done jails 25 years ago. You can still walk in and they're still just like a hospital. The floors are kept beautiful, the painting is checked on, and the graffiti is taken care of. And at the end of the day, that's what we're here for.
Heffelfinger, I have a couple of questions. So,
Yes, ma'am.
Let him have his
oh,
time.
okay. I didn't know if he was.
I'm done. I'm happy that I've submitted everything I can to you.
Commissioner Wilson, why don't you go ahead? Go ahead.
Did the job in Wheeler County. I mean, what was the capacity that you added?
It was a new construction.
New, how many?
It's 64
Just
beds.
64?
64.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I've been, in my career, I've been pretty well known for like 140 less. That's been my bread and butter, to speak. At the end of the day, all the rules on the jail commissions are the same for every jail, though. So I'm very confident. Like I said, I did a large one for Wise County, and I've actually did a planned one for Coryell County.
What about at Parrington, Ochiltree County?
That is a 48 bed.
I mean,
48 beds, sir.
okay.
What years were those?
Go ahead.
Wheeler and Barrington?
Wheeler's about 10 years ago. Ochiltree was maybe 6 years ago, something like that.
So is there anyone else that would be assisting you in your firm, or is it just you?
Yes, ma'am. I have an architect that works with me, Russell Baldino. He actually just got his license in the last 6 months. He's been in construction for 8 years. He actually brings a pretty important function in terms of cost estimating. I've been involved so much with the construction. I pretty well know what mechanical, electrical, all the different aspects of a jail cost. I'm very familiar with it. But he actually has he uses Blue Beam on it, for example, and he'll be assisting me. There'll be a few times that I'll need him down here because I've got to do something or be somewhere. But as a general rule, it'll be me.
And where's he located?
In Fourth.
So you mentioned this, and I think we went over this a few months ago when we were discussing on putting out the RFP, but could you kind of go over the different roles of the owner's agent, the construction manager, and the architect?
Yes. This would actually be kind of unique, but the architect's role, and I've always assumed it as well as Wayne does, our fiduciary responsibility is to this court. And his main goal is going to be the design, the programming, the design, and with the input from the sheriff's office, the court, your representative. This will be, like I said, unique if you chose to hire an architect to be your representative, only from the standpoint of knowledge, though. I would never try to override. I understand not only the ethics of it, but also I understand the way your contract is going to be with your architect, what his responsibilities are versus your responsibilities. And I would represent your responsibilities in that contract, and he would represent the architects. But he and I can speak on the same level of experience and education, which will benefit in the long run, because not only are we both architects, but very experienced in the jail standards. The key on this project is the jail standards. Everything about this project, God forbid these inmates have more rights than the jailers that have to maintain them. So it's our goal to always create an atmosphere where we minimize their contact with the jailers, and that's what we'll look at. Now, on the front side of this thing in the master planning, I think I would bring more to the table to make sure that everybody's thinking outside the box. They might not all be good things, but we need to think outside the box. We need to think long term. I mean, I know I harped earlier on our numbers, but the numbers tell the truth. And if our growth is where it is, and if our numbers are going to be where they are, we're going to have only a short gap of being able to do this and perform without having to be back in the same box again. So thinking outside the box on the front side, Wayne and I have been friends for years and years, and I know he would respect the opinion and review it. And same way with alternatives. Not a lot of my colleagues have looked into that kind of stuff, but I've actually done it, and it works. But here again, it's thinking outside the box.
And then the construction manager, how does that fit into?
The construction manager will be a vendor to this court and to this county. That person will align as a vendor to the court, and their responsibility would be to take this project, put it out on the street, manage a construction schedule, manage the bidding, bring that bidding back to the court, let the court review it and prepare a guaranteed max contract, which is what we would manage, that guaranteed max contract. And we would have contingencies built in. They would have contingencies built in. They have to get authorization on the contingencies. The court has to authorize the owner contingencies. But managing that contract, I hate change orders. I would rather spend an extra month making sure that everything is ready to go than signing a change order. I'll be honest with you, I'm very difficult about change orders. And when a court asks, because say we're in good budget, and they decide you have needs and you have wants and you have desires. And maybe there's a want that have and you're under budget and the court sees fit to consider it. Then we go out and we verify those things. With my extensive background with subcontractors through the years, I can check somebody's number in a heartbeat. And that's what will benefit the long run of it. But as far as a change order goes, change orders are considered mistakes in a lot of cases. And so accountability in that team is going to be very important. But I think when you have that team concept and you're meeting regularly, accountability is a lot easier to assume.
So does the owner's agent manage the construction manager?
Yes, ma'am. Manage them as in their contract.
Oversee them?
Yeah, just oversee them, yes, ma'am. It would be our responsibility to go out on that site. They have quality control people, they have project managers, they have superintendents, and they have foremen. You have your representative that goes out and meets with all those, whereas their project manager is going to be kind of their head and down from there. But as a typical rule, in those team meetings, we all visit together.
So what are the top risks that you see for our project?
Top risk.
And how would you mitigate them?
I think the top risk right now that I would like to at least everybody get on board on is, let's make sure that, one, our infrastructure is put in place for our master plan to go forward in the future, to look at any alternatives that we can at the present time and how those cost savings or cost can be associated with that long-term project. For example, making sure the sewer lines in this expansion are designed for the future expansion. We don't want to revisit that 10 years from now. Make sure that the fire protection is set up, the fire alarm, the security electronics. All those major infrastructures need to be addressed now, so when you need to add on, I used to use a story about the husband and wife that had 2 kids in a 3-bedroom house, and then God blessed them with another child, and it was a lot easier to add on a bedroom than it was a kitchen and a dining room. Make the infrastructure in place, okay? Bedrooms are cheap in this world. Please understand, take that relative. But I want to make sure that, and how I mitigate it is the master planning of the start. And working with the architect and the SO and the court to make sure they understand the ramifications of what we're doing. Because it's important to be able to communicate that in advance with numbers. I'm not one of these guys that brings a problem without a solution. You need a solution if you got a problem.
Job at Wheeler County and Bosque County both, did you come in under budget or over budget?
Under budget, sir.
Both of them?
All of them.
All of them.
I've been blessed. Matter of fact, in Coryell, we were under budget enough on the jail expansion that they got to redo the electronics in the existing jail. And I'd be lying if I tell you how much, but I know that we've been consistent with our budgets and under budgets. And I'm not one of these guys that makes the budget crazy so it makes me look good at the end. That budget is presented by the construction manager at the start, and I keep them accountable through the project. Now, there is a lot of items that will go into this budget that the construction manager has nothing to do with. Third-party testing, engineering surveying, those kind of items that we'll manage in-house, FF&E and things like that. We'll manage those in-house. We'll also get the numbers for that. So there's more than just the construction cost.
Okay, thank you.
As you mentioned, this is going to be a project where the jail is operational while the construction is going on. So you said you've done this before, so walk through a project where you've handled that phase construction, and how did you address the security and compliance issues?
Great question. Well, I can tell you about Wise County real easy. We made temporary doors, worked with the SO back then. I think, Sheriff, weren't you over there at the time when we built the jail? Oh, okay. For some reason, I was thinking you were over there at a different capacity. But anyway, we created zones where the inmates stayed within the facility while we were working. And any of our contractors that had to work in like the kitchens and processing, we have a protocol that we work out with the sheriff where they can bring tools in and out. We can work with and without trustees. Scheduling it. That weekly meeting that the sheriff or his chief deputy or his jail admin's at, those where you discuss what we're going to do next week. So we've got a plan in place for the inmate to be contained through that process. And it's not as difficult as it sounds, because remember, they're incarcerated. So it's not like they're wandering the hallways, but at the end of the day, you still have your life safety systems you have to deal with. You have to deal with how you're going to deal if you have a fire alarm. But those are the items that we work out with the sheriff and his team, that they have forms that they actually deal with the jail commission, where they do practices on evacuating an inmate. Say an inmate got sick and we had to evacuate him in an ambulance. All that stuff we take into consideration, and in that meeting we discuss it. And then if we need to have additional meetings with the jail admin or staff, we would go in there and take care of that too. But that's a weekly thing that has to be prosecuted.
So how do you ensure complete independence as an advisory agent?
Complete independence.
So you have relationships with the other subcontractors. So how do you ensure complete?
Well, first of all, we don't know who any of the contractors are. So I'm being hypothetical. My loyalty has always been to my clients. And if I'm the architect, I have the same fiduciary responsibility I would as a manager for you. And therefore, the architect's going to draw those plans up, and I am going to, along with him, are going to ensure that those construction documents are followed. That's it. There's no gray area in that. Now, I will tell you this, that through my career, I've learned that I'm not the smartest cantaloupe in the pasture, because sometimes the subs understand something a little bit better than you do. And we as professionals have to understand that if he's got a better solution, then we might be looking at that solution. And if it saves the county money, that's even a bonus. But at the end of the day, we have to be open to that. That's why we meet every week, because like I said, I've learned, the day I quit learning is probably the first day you're going to find dirt on my face.
Have you ever declined work due to a potential conflict?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you?
I had a public client that did not want me to watch over the construction. They just wanted me to draw the plans, get them approved, get them a permit, and I won't do that. I've been blessed 41 years. I haven't had to call a lawyer. I ain't going to start. I'm getting way too old for that. But at the end of the day, being there on that site every week, that accountability to my client, to the contractors, is super important. And when they told me that they didn't want to pay for that, I said that you might need to go to the lumber yard.
You already talked a little bit about your budget and your cost management, so I have that question, but you covered that in the other ones too. So I think you covered pretty much all the things that I had written down.
Like I said, I'm an architect. You got some very good firms out here. I totally understand that. And every day they do project management for school districts, maybe some counties and stuff. But what I believe I can bring to the table is more knowledge of the jail commission. Being that, I take a lot of pride in where I live and work and play, I don't think that can be replicated. And I don't have a bunch of fancy forms. My form is every week you're going to get an email from me. Everybody on the court, even the members that are at the meeting, and keep them updated. And once a month I'm going to come in here and I'm going to give the court a very thorough 15-minute throwdown of the month, where we're at and where we're going. That's my plan.
Okay, I did have one other question. Do you have other projects going on right now, and how would you prioritize Hood County within those?
Good question. Tomorrow, I will finish my third remodel for Hemphill County. I'm going up there this evening to do a final punch list. I've worked on their museum. their pavilion, and then another project at their pavilion. I'm just finishing those up for them. Really, that's the only thing I have going right now. Like I said, I get calls for some consulting, but the priority I have is for Hood County. I mean, literally. I moved out of the big office buildings like 7 years ago because in 41 years, or back then it was 35 years, I'd never had a client come to my office. I drive to Texarkana, to Crane, Yoakum, Perryton, San Jacinto County. I drive all over the state, but none of my clients come to my office. So I moved to the country for a reason, for the peace and quiet, just like my office is. So, yeah, my goal is this would probably be the end of my career, to be honest with you.
Thank you.
It is what it is. Thank you for your time. Enjoyed it.
Good presentation. Next one is Kitchen CEM. Kitchell. The fact that he's close is good. Good morning. Good morning. Y'all come on up here. You're at Kitchell CEM, right? Yes, sir. Deal. How are you doing? Good. Ron Massengill. Nice to meet you, Seth. Nice to meet you. All right, good. Seth Ackland, Cameron Glass, how are you doing? Good. 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 All right.
Based on yesterday, I'm just glad we're not an hour late. Y'all let us know when to get ready. Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Great.
You're on.
Judge, commissioners, sheriff, thank you for having us today. We're really proud to be here and representing Kitchell CEM. CEM stands for Capital Expenditure Managers. It's how our company was started. And for 40 years, we have been managing capital expenditures, which is very critical for this project, as you know. Our mission is to be stewards of this project. Stewardship is a key element of this. And how we will get there is we have to build trust. We have to build trust with the team, build trust with you, build trust with Wayne and his team, build trust with the sheriff's office and his folks. From trust comes commitment, accountability, hard conversations, and results. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Cameron Glass.
Hi, Cameron Glass, I'm with Kitchell as well. I'll be your project director.
Microphone, please. Is the green light on?
Okay. Cameron Glass with Kitchell as well. I'll be your project director. I have a 25-year background in history in doing these exact type of projects: prisons, jails, courts, police, and juvenile. That's what I've spent 25 years of my career on, and I'm excited to be here today and talk about your project.
Yeah, and I'm Tyler Cook. I'll be your senior project manager on site. I've spent the last decade doing justice projects across the country, as well as the last several years working with local government, especially counties here in the DFW Metroplex. So I'm very understanding of what it's like to work for a local government and the rules and regulations with that.
All right, this is a very busy slide, but I want to break it down with a little story. So Kitchell's big company, medium-sized company, but we have a personal approach. We really do. And I'll give you an example. We've got a lot of resources at our disposal, and these resources provide value to you. And give you this little story. Tyler and I are having lunch in Ellis County right before Commissioner's Court, and there was an item on the Commissioner's Court that the elevator contractor that was modernizing the elevator in the jail, elevators, was trying to charge $80,000 because there was an electrical issue and an issue with short circuit current ratings. Too much information, but anyway, they were very concerned about it. One of the commissioners was like, there's just no way, this is $80,000, it's holding up these elevators getting going. I stepped out of lunch, I think I was eating meatloaf that day, and I called our electrical engineer. He walked him through it. They pulled that from the agenda. 3 days later, we had a plan for them. We got an electrician in there, put in a couple fusible disconnects, and they were off and running. Elevator contractor, all the roadblocks were removed. These are the kind of resources, reach back resources that we have at our disposal that will bring value to you in this project. Next slide. Like I said, capital expenditure managers, we got our foundation doing justice work. We've done justice work across the country as well as here in Texas. So don't let the numbers scare you, because we have this is your team. We're here, we're not corporate people or anything like that. We're here for a personal touch.
So let's talk about your project a little bit. We have the luxury of going down and we've toured your existing jail. We've even seen where the expansion is going to happen. And I think on our side, one of the largest risks that we see on your project is going to be, how do you deliver this jail within an active facility? It's going to be key that the facility continues to operate while this project is going on. If you look at the back of your placemat that's in front of you, just kind of jotted down some ideas and thoughts that we've kind of pulled together over our history of doing jail projects. Part of this is going to be just a lot of communication, a lot of planning, working with the Sheriff's Department and jail staff to understand when utilities need to be disconnected and reconnected for this new facility. We want to minimize downtime within that jail. The security electronics and the detention components, as you get ready to install the new system and plug it on, turn it on, you want to minimize downtime as well. All those doors that are operated electronically over there are going to have to be keyed as well. So we're going to want to have a plan in place for all that. We can't be impacting the operations all that often. We can't be impacting the staff, as well as there's an impact on those that are housed in there as well. They don't have any place to go. And when it gets loud, when it gets noisy and vibrations start to happen, they get cranky, and that's it's not always great for your staff. So again, just good plans in place, good ways to mitigate some of the challenges that will come, understanding different areas of security, the way your site's set out, the way the addition is going to be. There's a great opportunity to have some areas outside of the secure perimeter where the staff, the contractor can come and get his work done freely as he needs to, and then we're going to have to determine with the Sheriff's Department what's inside security. When do tools have to be checked in and out? I've worked on projects where screws had to be counted. If you took 5 screws in and you only installed 4, they want to make sure you have 1 when you come back out. So there's a lot of planning in place and a lot of things that need to be discussed and talked about to make sure that your jail can continue operating while this work is going on. So that's what we see as your biggest risk. As you look at the work that we want to provide to you, Seth kind of said earlier, Kitchell's a full service owner's rep, construction project manager. We see us involved in pre-construction services with you all the way through closeout. As we look at the services, though, it's talking about different delivery methods for you all. What are the pros behind all the delivery methods that are available to hire a contractor? Additionally, it's understanding what types of contractors should actually be on your jail project. They're not every contractor should be should be working on your project. So it's helping set some of the minimum qualifications to make sure that you end up with the right firms in place to help deliver your project successfully. Additionally, we've got in-house cost estimators and schedulers, so it's getting a budget set early, making sure that it's realistic, and also getting a schedule put together so we understand when activities are going to happen so that we can help you minimize risks and minimize some of the surprises for this project. Tyler's going to talk to you about the rest of the services.
Yeah, thanks, Cameron. So just like continuing on with what Cameron said about being a full service, so as construction starts, we'll have a daily on-site presence on your project, inspecting the work, meeting with contractors, helping to problem solve. If there's any roadblocks that arise, we'll be working with the architect, with the contractor, with your staff, the sheriff, to figure out the best means to move forward at the most cost-effective price. And then if there happens to be a change order, we always try to find solutions that don't cost anything. But if there happens to be a change order, we'll review that change order, making sure that every dollar is accounted for. I understand this is taxpayer dollars, and so we need to make sure that we are steadfast with their money and making sure that we are accountable where every dollar is spent. Same with that, we will also be reviewing pay applications. So when the contractor submits for payment, we'll be checking their work against the schedule, against the work in the field, with your staff to make sure that you guys feel that what is being paid is the correct payment. And if there are any changes that need to be made, we'll negotiate that with the general contractor on your guys' behalf. And then just like Cameron said, as we have those in-house schedulers, we'll also be monitoring the general contractor schedule, making sure that activities are aligning with what work is in the field. And if there happen to be any schedule delays, we'll work with the general contractor to help alleviate those. And make sure that they stay on time to deliver you guys a quality project on time and in budget. And one thing that we do that kind of sets Kitchell apart is every month we'll give you a report of the overall health of the project. It will show the schedule of the project, where we're at, kind of key activities that are coming up, where we are with cost contingency, if we've had any change orders, overall budget, and as well as any risks that we foresee in the next couple of months on that project and what we're doing to mitigate those risks and to keep the project moving in the right direction. And then when all that construction is said and done, we're here to help you guys with closeout, helping you transition from a construction zone to an occupied jail. And so we'll be helping with warranty oversight, making sure that the O&M manuals are collected and given to your facilities department, whoever's maintaining the facility, making sure that they have an understanding of what is there now. What if there are any new systems that might need training or new equipment, we'll make sure that they're trained up on that and to make sure that they can take on this facility for years to come. And understanding that the budget is very tight on this project, I wanted to take a moment and share a case study with one of the counties that we've been working with, which is Kaufman County, just across the Metroplex. We were able to come in kind of late to the game. They were kind of in a situation where they had let go of a general contractor and was way over budget, and so they brought us in, and we were able to kind of take a pause to the project, take a proactive approach, and we were able to actually save them 15% on their overall budget. We were able to come in and figure out what the actual scope of work is, work with the architect to provide more detailed drawings, so that way when we put the project back out to bid, we had a better scope definition, which got rid of any assumptions that the general contractor had to make. Also, early procurement is always something we find very successful. They had some ARPA funding that they had to spend, so we were able to actually order their HVAC equipment ahead of time, which helped us on the schedule. I know that data centers are kind of buying up all of the resources right now, so anything that we can do to get ahead of that helps tremendously. And then when proposals come in, we need to review those quickly and get them approved or rejected and figure out a path forward.
What year was that, Kaufman County?
We are actually just ready to finish that in May this year.
All right, thanks, Tyler. That was our slides that we had. I kind of have some closing comments, but do you want to do Q&A first, and I can close after the Q&A?
A full-time on-site oversight. Tell me that. Is that full-time? Is that from 7 to 5? You got somebody there? You said full-time on-site oversight.
Yes, sir. So we try to have somebody there whenever the construction site is open. So typically we try to keep construction sites open depending on schedule about the hours that the county is open, so usually 8 to 5, and so we'll have a representative on site full-time.
Where's your staff located? Where would they be coming from?
We have staff all throughout the DFW Metroplex.
Okay, so from Dallas or?
Yeah, so I live just south of Dallas. We have some people in Fort Worth and some people on the north side of Dallas as well.
Okay, so it's not you three that will be here, it's somebody else on your staff? One of you three?
Yeah, so let me back up just a little bit. So ideally with this type of a quick, not quick, but a fast-moving expansion to an existing jail, I think it's in the owner's best interest to have somebody there making sure that everything is being controlled. However, we haven't met with you yet to decide if that's really the best approach for you as well. So we say that because that's kind of best practice. You know, Tyler's in Waxahachie, Caleb's in between. Is he still in Benbrook? Hazel. And you know, Caleb's the guy that we have in the proposal there that would be on site. Currently, he's on site in Ellis County. They just opened a new district court and one other new courtroom in an occupied facility. And so he was there. I mean, the judge said that if there was a problem, he was going to put Tyler in contempt. And so Tyler was there. And so, yeah, you're going to see this is your leadership team, Commissioner, and Cameron's got decades of justice experience. I've got decades of construction and owner relation experience. He's got a decade of construction hands-on experience and a lot of experience presenting to Kaufman County, presenting to Ellis County, in commissioners' courts, updates, things like that. We're going to be involved, but the day-to-day guy that you'll see is Caleb.
Okay, and he's in Azle.
Yes, he grew up in Azle. He wants to move to Waxahachie, but he hasn't moved yet.
Yes. Yeah, so I've worked with Todd Little for going on 3.5 years now. Call him up. Yes, sir. Yep, Todd and I have worked very close together. I've worked with both of his chief of staffs, Ryan and Eric, so know them both very well. So we work with the purchasing agent, the facility director, and then Judge Jakey Allen, and then Skeet, Commissioner Skeet Phillips.
You could call them too.
Who was that? You said it was Judge Allen and Commissioner who?
Skeet Phillips.
Yeah, that project is wrapping up here in the next couple months.
Yep, May.
They took their original courthouse and they're repurposing it for commissioner's court, but also for administrative needs. And it wasn't a full historic. They don't have a beautiful courthouse like you all have. No offense to their courthouse, but it's just built in a different time. And anyway, that's about to wrap up. And again, that full kind of that on-site presence has really brought a lot of value, and also brought a good value in what that costs.
County, did y'all do anything on the Upshur County, Gilmer?
No, sir.
You didn't do anything on that jail
No, sir.
or courthouse?
No, sir.
How does your firm ensure complete independence as an advisory agent without affiliating with the architects, contractors, or subs?
How do we keep our
Independence.
no conflict? Yeah,
conflict.
absolutely. That's mission critical. I mean, we represent you and your tax dollars and your citizens' tax dollars. There's no conflict of interest with architects or GCs. I mean, we couldn't do the work that we do if there was.
You mentioned change orders, so how do you manage those?
Yeah, so when a problem is identified in the field, instead of just having the contractor take reins and price it. We like to be involved in understanding what the root of the cause is. And then we'll work with the staff, the county staff, architectural team, and as well as the general contractor to put all our heads together to find the best path forward. When a change order is needed, we will review that against the contract, against the specs, the plans, making sure that it is actual cost and that it aligns with the contract. And then if need be, if we need to come and present that change order for a change to the Commissioner's Court, we will. Contingency is your money. It's not our money. It needs to be approved by you guys before we spend it. So the way I look at it is I don't have any money for change orders unless you guys give me the permission to go ahead and make that change.
I think one other thing, Commissioner, on change orders is working with Wayne and his team in pre-construction. We'll do a real thorough review of the drawings and specs from a contractor's lens before it goes out to bid. I mean, I've spent 30 years building stuff and been on the other side of being a contractor for 23 of those years. And we'll look at that stuff to tighten up the drawings, as he said, and make sure that we get as much RFIs and things out of them early as possible. Sometimes we hit unforeseen conditions. I think on this site, we really got to study the soil and make sure we got the right geotech engineer, and we've got a really good soils report and a good foundation design. We've got some stuff going on in that area with the soil conditions, so pretty much everywhere, but you just got to go into it eyes wide open.
You mentioned earlier that you thought that the biggest risk was that the jail is operational while you're doing this, but it sounds like you just mentioned another risk about the soil.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I think the jail operation is a short-term risk in terms of while the construction's going on. The soil and, underground piping and piping connections and things like that, that's a long-term risk. Okay. You don't want to be here in 30 years, probably, I probably won't be here in 30 years, but, and have a new sheriff like, man, I got all this, things going on in my jail. Like, we got to build it so that's structurally sound for, at least, I don't know. I mean, most are 50.
Any other risks besides doing the construction while the jail is operational and the soil issues?
I think understanding your budget, getting a good estimate early. I know you probably thrown some conceptual numbers together, but starting to get real estimates around maybe what the concept design is that DRG is working on, understanding when this could go out to bid, taking a really good look at the market to understand maybe if there are tariff issues that might have an effect and an impact on your project. So I think budget, unless y'all have a detailed cost estimate right now, getting that set up, making sure that it all kind of aligns with the plan is going to be another thing as well. These projects have gotten very costly in the last 3 or 4 years, and so just making sure we've got the money to do what you all want to do.
All right. Do y'all you're using some of the words that are, do you prescribe to project management philosophy?
Yeah, I mean.
Do you have project management folks on your staff that are certified in project management, or you?
Yes, yes, sorry, I wanted to make sure I understood the question. Absolutely. I mean, that's our bread and butter. Schedule, budget, risk. I mean, it sounds simple, but it's not, right? Those things are complicated, and those things have to be well communicated, well understood. Again, to Cam's point, like, we have got to figure out, like, early on, we'll get with you all, and what are the perceived risks? What are the risks? What are the blind spots that we need to identify early on so we can start moving forward on those before they become a problem? And just how does that affect schedule? How does that affect budget? How those things intertwine? The monthly report that Tyler talked about, it's founded on schedule, budget, and risk. And I say schedule first because time is money. And so, as you're moving through these things in buyout and procurement and, getting things ordered, Time is money. So not that we would force an accelerated schedule, but we're going to weigh all the options and present you like options so that you can make informed decisions.
So why did,
Oh, I was just going to say additionally, I think part of that question, we have multiple staff with CCM and CMIT certifications as well through the construction management groups.
so what brought you to respond to this RFQ? What was unique about Hood County or your expertise that?
Okay. This is our bread and butter. We love working with counties like y'all. You know, Ellis County has been, you know, I started working with Judge Little over 5 years ago. Before we brought Tyler on site, he was on site for a while. And we did some master planning with them. You know, we're working with Kaufman County, we're working with Williamson County, Hayes County, Collin County. So like this is our wheelhouse.
But why Hood County?
Why Hood County? We have a beautiful lake. No, honestly, Commissioner, when I met you and, you know, Hood County Granbury was always on my radar because I knew it was a beautiful place to retire. And when I met you at that TAC conference with Judge Little and Bodecker and Judge Bodecker, I thought, wow, that sounds like a county that we could help, we could serve. And so when this came up, we were just like, we got the right team. We're close. We're not here. We don't live here. I wish I did. But does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Presentation, thank y'all. Thank you very much.
All right, Judge. Thank
Good,
you.
I'm calling Todd Little too, just verify it.
Please do.
All right. Okay, thank you. Okay, JMT?
Thank you all.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Come on up.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm going to speak from the podium so that whoever's speaking can speak into the microphone. We make a recording. So, one at a time, come on up there. Great. We're ready when y'all are.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you for having us. My name is Trevor Castilla, and I'm with JMT. And we're excited for the opportunity to present to Hood County on this jail expansion project. And so we're glad to be here. Go ahead. So I lead our McKinney office here in North Texas, and it's my responsibility to manage the contracting requirements for this contract. With me are our team of individuals that are also included in the proposal that y'all have seen. Jordan Barber is going to serve as our project manager, and Pablo Martinez is going to serve as our on-site construction manager. Unique thing about Pablo is he is actually going to be moving to the area so that he can be on site every day as needed. Then Anthony Simmons is going to serve as our project executive, managing the entire project process, ensuring that the commission knows what's going on with their project every month. A little bit of information about JMT. So we've been in business for 54 years. And so we have nearly 3,000 employees that are engineers, architects, project managers, inspectors, and we have been designing projects and building projects for government agencies for over 50 years. We have 50 offices. We are ISO 9001 certified, which means quality is extremely important to us, and so getting that certification is important. So we want to make sure that we deliver quality projects and service to the county and the taxpayers. And what's unique about JMT, we have $5 billion worth of facilities project management in the last 5 years. 200 million of that has been on Texas public safety projects, and so we're proud of that record. Locally, we've been in the area for 30 years. We work for government agencies, whether you're a city, a county, a university, or the state. All we do is service public agencies. We have almost 300 engineers, architects, project managers, and inspectors in Texas, serving 9 different cities. And so I want to give our team the opportunity to present some more information and ideas about your project and show how JMT is well suited for this contract.
To keep expanding on what our general company background is, we've got a couple of project highlights here. These projects are referenced and mentioned in our statement of qualifications. We wanted to take a minute just to talk about them, but also focus on our project management approach as a whole, just how we do business, how we represent you as the owner. Our primary clients throughout Texas, and specifically in our project management division, are city and county governments. That is our core client base, and not only jail facilities, but all types of municipal facilities. So while we do have jail experience and qualifications, and we understand you've got an architect that really knows jails as well, we think that's a great thing. Our process is really our strength. The way we manage the process, watch the funds. We know that there's 24 million allocated for this bond election, and we've got to be smart with that money, make it go as far as we can, understanding that the facility existing needs some work as well. So the Hays County project was a beautiful project, multi-faceted, multi-phases, but very similar in the fact that Hays County is growing a lot. It needed a renovation of the existing jail facility, plus the addition of a new facility to keep up with the expansion of population growth similar to Hood County. We were involved very early on that project to do bond facilitation, so to get the bond program out there, help develop the propositions and do some of the budgeting. Obviously, in this case, we're ahead of that. But we were involved in the actual procurement, solicitation, selection, qualification of the design and the contractor teams. Then B County, another county example. This one is in Beeville, Texas. A lot of similarities with this one as well. 51,640 square foot facility. It also had a sheriff's office attached, separate modular construction, but construction manager at risk delivery, which I think is something that the county has considered for the Hood County Jail project. We also did owner's representation, full project management package there, on-site construction management, which Pablo will be executing hopefully for Hood County. These projects being jails have a lot of similarities, but we've also got another example of local work. Tarleton State University, just down the road in Stephenville. We've got a really amazing partnership with Tarleton and Texas A&M University System. We've had 3 renewals of 1-year master service agreements with Texas A&M University System at Tarleton State University. We currently have full-time on-site project management staff in Stephenville. That's going to support Pablo if we need additional capacity. But we've got, what you're seeing here is a convocation center. recently completed. We've also done a health sciences center, a library expansion and renovation, a parking garage, and we're currently engaged in a large 1,000-bed dormitory project in Stephenville, Texas. So local assets, really amazing partnership, and that's something that you guys could visit that if needed or if desired.
Austin's last name, the maintenance director at Carlton. You know who I'm talking about?
Luis, our on-site PM, probably would know. We deal primarily with the FP&C, Texas A&M, out of College Station, and then they link us up to the Stephenville facilities people. So I'm one layer removed from that technically, but we can get that info.
Previous slide, you had Stephenville. Is this what you were referencing, or is there something else you're doing in Stephenville?
I think that was B-bill.
No? Okay, keep going back.
No, she said Stephenville was listed as
One of your, yeah,
is this what you're talking
Yes, correct.
okay.
Correct, yes.
Okay, it was been a couple slides back, sorry.
Okay, and so apart from the projects, Jordan Barber is the proposed PM. He's going to talk about our proposed services, and we'll watch the time.
I have 8 minutes.
So as Trevor and Anthony showed you, this isn't our first rodeo, but now, like he said, I'd like to get into more of the specifics of what we can do for you. So like, I will be the project manager, my team and I. This is a vast list of services. It's not all encompassing, but that we will provide to you to ensure this project goes smoothly, on time, and budget from start to finish. So with my personal municipal and military construction background, dedicated service to my projects, their owners, and while also being a good steward of taxpayer dollars is in my core foundation, and that would be the same here in Hood County. So I've managed multiple barracks projects in combat zones that were very similar in construction as this, built in high security environments, required extreme oversight and management, and that's exactly what we could bring to the table for this one. So our priority as your owner agent is to manage every aspect of this project, design and construction for you and for the best value to the county. We'll be your eyes and ears on site, managing all the logistics, site security, reviewing and validating all paperwork, document control, as well as coordinating all the other things that the contractor may not, the security equipment, audio, video, furniture, fixtures, equipment, materials testing, as well as coordination with utility providers, city permitting, TCJS, from design through construction, commissioning, closeout, all the way to final occupancy, while providing timely updates along the way. So now I want to focus on the cost controls that we can provide, as I know that the budget is particularly high priority here. So just as this says, we'll be managing the budget as early as possible in the design, advising you on your construction manager at risk selection, to begin gathering budgetary numbers as early as possible and ensure the DRG is designing to the budget, while also we could help play any interference from possible scope creep that could try to be inserted into this that could affect the budget, as well as identifying risks, if there are potential risks, as early and mitigating them as early as possible. We will thoroughly scrutinize every aspect of both the design and construction that has any tie to the budget. Some additional details on that, you can see up here. So constructability reviews are going to be key to minimizing change orders. And with Pablo as a registered architect's assistance, together we will ensure that what is in the design will actually work in the field. We also work with the architects and contractors on a continuous basis, looking for value engineering opportunities throughout the entire life cycle of the project. We will dissect every pay application and validate all the backup documentation and validate that it's actually what has been done on site, as well as continuously validating the construction project progress versus the schedule, and ensure there's no additional cost for delays or extensions. For reference, this is another project of ours where we're the owner's agents for the city of Salina on this $100 million
downtown center that is the centerpiece of their downtown square. And their biggest priority was staying within the guaranteed maximum price, GMP. Their contractor presented dozens of change orders that JMT meticulously scrutinized and vetted, like I said we do. Just through this process alone, we've advised the owner to reject multiple of them that saved over $150,000. And on some of the other ones, we were able to save over $100,000 by identifying errors that the contractor had made in their quantity takeoffs, scope adds, and gaps. And if we hadn't have been there, the owner may have just approved these, and the GMP would have certainly been in jeopardy. Bottom line, all our decisions, recommendations, and actions will be grounded in the county and the taxpayer's best interests.
I'm sorry, GMP?
Guaranteed maximum price.
Okay. Okay. So there was a lot of words there, but can you just describe succinctly how you would manage the cost and then make sure there was no cost overruns? Because you used a lot of big construction, project management terminology, but just in layman's terms, how are you going to make sure that the project doesn't overrun the budget? Oh, can you?
Yes, ma'am. So attention to detail is key. And again, vetting every pay app, every RFI, every submittal, and also with the document review ahead of time, knowing exactly what the project entails, and ensuring that the contractor is meeting the specifications, and that it meets what the intent of the design is, and there's no deviations that could come with additional cost impacts.
So are you doing that just by reviewing reports? Are you?
Yes. With my oversight, his on-site oversight, we have a direct connection to what's going on and ensuring that there's nothing that could go wrong to add costs. And if they try to claim that, we will refute it. And if there is any way to prove that there shouldn't be costs there.
Okay. And so how often will you or someone be on site?
He could be on site every day.
Could be or will be?
Will.
During county hours, like 8 to 5 or something like that.
As long as I need it, as long as the construction activity is there, I will be there.
You would be traveling from?
No, I'll be moving here from Austin.
Thank you.
As Jordan mentioned, one of the key responsibilities of owner's agent, field agent, is to review project drawings from initial design through the final completion to identify potential cost savings and prevent additional cost expenses. Relevant example is the water utility fleet maintenance facility in El Paso, Texas. During the design view, I noticed that the design included a top running crane running the length of the building. Drawing from prior experience, I advised the team if the hook height or the lift of the crane met owner's requirements. After further study, the owner and the architect decided to increase the size or the height of the building and also the height of the crane to meet their requirements. Also identified was insufficient steel support for a movable partition over the break room. By identifying these early, the team resolved costly change orders, and in this case, the crane system could be used to its full potential. At the El Paso Airport, International Airport, the project was highly complex. A comprehensive logistic meeting was held with the construction team and key stakeholders to address the security protocols
in the sterile and the non-sterile areas of the airport, material storage requirements for each phase, sequencing a sequence of phases, including the construction of temporary check-in baggage, demolition of existing check-in baggage, new check-in baggage facility, the back-of-house renovations, and finally, the demolition of temporary of check-in baggage. Operational during normal peak hours, including high peak seasonal, were considered to minimize passengers' disruption and stakeholder activities. Effective logistic planning was instrumental in meeting project's objectives, aligning stakeholder needs, and maintaining a tight construction schedule. Through detailed cost estimating and analysis, we achieved a cost savings exceeding $100,000. Building on these experience, we applied a similar proactive approach to Hood County by conducting a thorough review of existing conditions, coordinating inmate relocation, establishing an efficient renovation sequence, prioritizing HVAC and plumbing systems upgrades, and addressing ceiling heights constraints, and if necessary, structural or insecurity enhancements. Maintaining facility operations while managing a controlling renovation cost. And of course, adding to this, I will be there during construction activities to report to Jordan. I'll be there for inspections, special inspections, reviewing submittals, making sure that the construction is per construction documents. I think that's it. Nothing?
Did I understand you correctly that you presently live in Austin, but get this contract, you will be moving yourself to Granbury?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am mobile.
To Granbury?
To Granbury, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Not to Stephenville, to Granbury?
No, to Granbury, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So what do you see as the top risks facing Hood County with this project?
I see budget as most of my projects that I'm currently handling right now is a budget issue. Yeah.
Okay. What about the, you mentioned, kind of went over it with the baggage example, but it's a little different with the jail. But so where you had to handle a phased approach where the jail's operational while you're in construction, how did you handle the security compliance during that project?
Well, first of all, we have to familiarize with the protocols of the security with the whoever is managing security at the jail, and what are those protocols, and then broadcast that to the construction team. But certainly a logistics was certainly we'll do a logistics on these matters.
So have you had that situation before where you had a jail that was occupied while adding on to?
No.
Have you, we have some documents online about the jail. Have you guys reviewed those?
Yes, some of it, yes. Yeah.
Do you have an example? How would you handle change orders?
Change orders are actually brought up on the field. And so they look at the problem, what the situation is, lack of, for example, drawing details, for example, that there's no details on it, or unforeseen things in the field. Then I looked at those, and then I take a cost analysis on it, and then I forward over to Jordan. Jordan will then do more cost analysis on that. And then when the superintendent and his contractor gets their change order in, then we'll analyze the change order and then have the architect approve or whoever is in charge.
So what's the process of informing the court, kind of not just the change orders, but for the status? What's your process?
Well, actually, the process would be through Jordan. Jordan would answer that question. But as a field guy, I know what the work is entails the work and material.
Okay.
And so I look at how many men it's going to take, how many hours it's going to take, how much material it's going to take, and then I take a cost estimate from my experience and from other sources, and then I send it over to Jordan, and then Jordan will distribute that. Yeah. Jordan, wanna?
So
Yes,
maybe I
ma'am.
was asking the wrong person. So what's the process for keeping the court informed?
Yes, ma'am. And we can actually tailor that to however you would like. I mean, obviously, any cost impacts, we would want to notify you, say, hey, they are claiming this. What I also want to say, we have no problem being the bad guy, okay? Contractors, we love them, but we need them, but, sometimes they're have self-interest. And so you will absolutely be notified that they are claiming this. Again, we will go through it with a fine-tooth comb, validate their claims, and then we will have a discussion about what to do with it and how does this work with the budget and what are the implications.
And I mean, just overall for the entire project, not just change orders. I know that was where I started, but how do you keep the court informed of the
Yes, ma'am.
steps?
We do weekly reports, monthly reports. I mean, we have a Procore. We use Procore, which is online where we have everything filed that you can go in at any time and pull things, run reports.
We would do that?
No, you don't have to. You could, but we can provide certainly weekly reports, daily reports. It is, again, we can tailor it to exactly how you would like to be informed. But certainly any changes, major issues, I would bring to your attention as I handled them.
Okay. Any other risks that you mentioned when I asked what the top risks were, someone said budget. I guess Pablo did. Was there anything else?
I mean, the budget is going to be tight, but that's why I said we have to make sure we design to the budget and not vice versa. As far as other risks, again, the logistics will be unique, but nothing we can't handle. And yeah, I think other than that, I don't see any major risks.
Very good presentation. Thank you all for coming down. All right. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Sheriff, the last one, Brodus and Associates. Come on down, gentlemen. Y'all have a seat. One speaker, one at a time, will come to the podium and use the microphone. We'll make a recording of it. So if you have a handout, we'll be glad to receive it up here. Thank you very much.
Good deal. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, please.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, good morning. Thank y'all. We're honored to be here today. Paul Webb, the Chief Operating Officer of Broadus and Associates. We're in Austin, headquartered in Austin, Texas, but a Texas-centric firm, born and bred. Our first job was for Williamson County, a jail expansion project 25 years ago. So just an honor to be here this morning and discuss how our firm, we think, is well suited to help you deliver the jail expansion project over the next 18 months or so. I want to start with introductions. I'll let my team come up and introduce themselves.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks a lot for having us. We're excited about this opportunity. My name's Steve Cook, and I'm going to be the program manager for this project. I'm one of the local people here. And I come from your side of the table for 34 years. I've worked in several different cities over the last several years, Arlington, Fort Worth, Rowlett, and some other ones here and there. I did public works director and property management director and things of that nature. And so I really admire you for getting to this point. We're in the bond elections from 2018 for Fort Worth and 2022. And so I know the scars and bruises it takes to get to this place where we are today. So you're to be commended for that. And that's a great thing. One of the things I wanted to talk about too is my relationship with Broadus in 2020. I had my own team of 4 architects and 4 or 5 project managers. But we had a big old project coming up on the convention center. It's a $150 million project, and we just didn't feel like we had the expertise for that. And so we went out for solicitations, just like you're doing today, and we made our selection. My selection was Broadus at the time. And if you're familiar with 2020, you know what happened with COVID and all the things and materials, you couldn't get them and all that. And so that was an extremely difficult project. And I had to work very, very, very tightly with one of the people that he's not here today, but he's one of the ones that be with us too. His name is David Crabtree. And it was a fantastic relationship that we built going through the trenches together, to get that project built. And all the experts that Broadus had that came in to help us with anything, any eventuality that came up, they had somebody there to help me and take care of me. So now that I'm not in the public sector anymore, it was a pretty easy choice for me to come do something with Broadus. So I'm honored to be here. Can't wait to be on this project with that.
Good morning. My name is Brett Edmondson. I have been in construction for 17 years, and of those 17, I've been an owner's rep for 12 of them. I thoroughly enjoy what I do, and something that I've learned in those 12 years is my passion to really look out for the ownership and the project itself and all of that and deliver it to you based on how it's designed and within your budget and schedule. So anyway, thank you very much.
Good morning, Jack Judy, the chief estimator for Broadus and Associates. 35 years in the construction business, 18 years with Broadus and Associates. My passion is taking care of owners' money, being a good steward of the project, open communication, constantly giving feedback about the project, about its place in the cost cycle of the project. We plan to do exactly that on this project, and thank you for the opportunity and look forward to getting started.
Good morning. My name's Glenn Deaver. I have 34 years of experience, both as a design lead on the architecture side and construction management, project management. Most of my work has been on jails. I have 24 plus jails and sheriff's offices I've done and been involved with. This includes mostly county jails and sheriff's offices. In that time, I've learned a lot of things about detention and corrections. Probably most importantly for you, I've learned what not to do. And I'll be working with you on your design and planning review. Thank you.
Next slide, please. You saw in our proposal, and again on the handout we've got on the leave behind, our organization chart. A couple of names I want to point out on this. Steve mentioned David Crabtree. David had a pre-planned spring break trip and couldn't be here, but David is my market sector leader here in Fort Worth, in this part of Texas, and look forward to you meeting him. And then another gentleman that couldn't be with us today, Ben Wagner, on schedule management. We're going to talk some more over the next 10 minutes about our best practices, our industry-proven best practices. We're not a firm that just passes paper between the contractor and the owner or the designer and the owner. We dig in and apply industry-proven best practices, proactive schedule management being one of them, and just making sure that the general contractor or the CMAR has teeth in the specification of their contract that forces the schedule to be used as it's intended to be on a construction project. We understand the voters' history on this bond, this jail expansion bond. We know the price, the value change between the 24 election and 25. We also understand the cost to the county of moving inmates outside of the county, and the study that y'all had done for the cost-benefit analysis and the monies that can be saved over time. But again, my point being, you know, the staying within the budget and staying on schedule is going to be very, very important. And we have tools in place to ensure, or at least mitigate the risk associated with cost and schedule growth. Next slide. You ask in the invitation for the short list to talk about our services of relevant experience, cost and quality control, and then our firm value and differentiators. Next slide. Again, Texas firm, 25 years celebration this year. We're the only vet hub in the state of Texas. Vet hub meaning veteran owned. About 25% of our 150 employees, including my 27-year career in the Navy Civil Engineer Corps and Seabees. So take a lot of pride in what we do for the state of Texas. And we bring that mission mindset to our owners. And so just very proud, very experienced firm, average experience 25 years. And so next slide. Glenn.
As I mentioned in my introduction, I'll be reviewing documents. Our team will look at things and make sure we identify issues and code compliance and make sure it meets standards, and all of those things we're going to do because it's so important, because if you're going to save money, you want to do it before the dirt's turned. And so that's where we can find savings. That's where we can do reviews to make sure those things happen. We'll look at things like systems, control systems. Control systems on jails are very important. You can't shut down, so it's so important that the people who manufacture your controls have techs that are within driving distance and can get quickly. So those are the kind of things you want to think about. Also, software nowadays, the way they get you is by updates. And so you want to find something that includes updates so it'll cut costs. So we're going to be looking at those type of things. We're going to be reviewing for issues and try to find efficiencies where possible. We'll be looking at budget management, and Jack will speak more to that later on. And especially we'll be looking at the delivery method. We're familiar with writing RFPs, and you're going to need to get the contractor in as soon as you can. That way, they can start giving you numbers and you start looking at schedules and realities and everything becomes more clear faster. So Jack's going to share more with you about this in just a moment. Next slide. One of the other things I'd like to just hit on is reviews of the schedule. It's so important that we establish those design-related schedule elements. So many times they're overlooked, but it drives the schedule early on. And so we want to make sure we mention that. Jack?
Thank you. One of the early things that we would do as estimators would come in and verify your budget. Job one, make sure that whatever has been established is adequate for building your program. In the eventuality that value engineering is needed, we would look at every process in every system across the project's life cycle. Is this project supposed to be concrete poured in place? Is it supposed to be precast? Is it supposed to be modular steel? We'll look at all of those options, present those to you as the owners, and allow you to make qualified and appropriate choices for your program. As I said, you know, it's important for us to get involved early, verify that budget. That will then guarantee or come closer to guaranteeing a quality outcome at the end of the project. Thanks. Brent.
Next slide, please. So I will be the main point of contact on a daily basis for the project itself while under construction. My job is charged to oversee that contractor, make sure they're building things per design, per specifications, following the rules, getting the appropriate testing done, etc. Reviewing pay applications, making sure they're appropriate, reviewing change requests, making sure they're appropriate or not. So it's kind of the nuts and bolts of the project as it's being built in real time, making sure that we deliver that on budget and on schedule.
So in both our proposal and the handout you have, we've tried to lay out for you not only the work across the state of Texas, specifically in North Texas, but also the specifics on jail and corrections facilities. We just finished up last year for Haltom City. We're still on a sheriff's expansion project in Rockwall County. Just a ton of experience. I won't repeat a lot of that, but just know we've got the experience that you need to bring those lessons learned and apply those to your project. Next slide, please. Jack. Oh, excuse me, Steve.
So budgeting and quality control, it feels like this is pretty much the definition of my career over the last 3.5 decades. What I had to do was protect that budget, and just like you did, we built it, and we had plans, and then once you get into it, you have to protect that thing. And so I think that was a big part of what I was familiar with, and what was obviously very important to everything we touched. The quality control is also very close to my heart. In my career, I've had to maintain over 400 buildings. And so if you don't have quality control of your construction, you're not going to have operational excellence in any program that you have or any building that you have, right? And so I've made every mistake you can make. I've seen every mistake that's been made. I've had to come back behind somebody else that built something that I didn't have anything to do with, and the mechanical system's upside down and sideways, and the pan's crooked, and all those kinds of things. And so I'm here to help make sure that what we put down is something that you can be proud of and you can maintain for the next several decades. And Jack can talk a little bit more about budget.
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, our early involvement as estimators is just hyper critical to your project success. Early cost alignment will prevent those value engineering exercises that could potentially happen as the project progresses. The early estimating and budget verification will help with operational expense. We can do life cycle cost versus first cost analysis. And at Broadus, we're unique in that we're able to do that in-house and not reach out to the outside market to bring that expertise in. So we look forward to doing that.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
I hear in your brochure here that you have weekly on-site representation.
Yes, sir.
What does that mean? once a week, you're gonna have somebody come out here?
Now, what we would propose to do, and I was going to address this, Your Honor, at the end of the presentation, but we were cautious. We asked ourselves, showing up with 5 people, we got 150 people in the organization. I don't want you to think, and we've seen this before, Broadus, you're going to be expensive, send a big team. No, we want to sit down with you and your staff to right size our approach to this project, whether it's Brett full-time as a project manager, or maybe the answer is it's 30 hours a week for Brett with fractional support from Steve and from Jack Judy and from Ben Wagner. It's making sure that we work with your staff to right size our approach to guarantee or mitigate risk related to success of the project. Does that answer your question, sir?
Kind of. When I was building my house, I built out the country, so I didn't have city ordinances and stuff.
Yes, sir.
And I had one of the hands come out with a video camera every day. Even when it was raining, nothing was going on, I wanted to see that nothing was going on that day.
Yes, sir.
But when they were doing it from morning and twice during the day, I had a video of everything going up at my house. So I almost had daily, I had daily representation of what was going on. Do y'all see that that's on a job like this? To not have a daily representative on the project?
Oh, we absolutely do. And that's what Brett is here. That's would be Brett's role, especially during the construction phase. We think a lot of times what we've seen is the support of the design phase. You don't want somebody sitting here charging the county money you can do design management, show up for specific milestone meetings in person, but a lot of the design phase management is different than the construction phase.
Sure.
Yes,
but
sir.
I'm talking about the actual construction.
Oh, yes, sir, absolutely.
There'll be somebody on site.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That would be Brett.
Yes, ma'am.
And where would he be coming from?
Tarrant County.
So we've mentioned a couple of times our industry best practices, and it's not just words. What I've got on the screen right now is quantifiable savings. These projects, this is our top 10. This represents 200% return on investment to the owner compared to our fee. In other words, we've more than, based on our approach, our application of industry best practices, we've more than paid for our services 2x on these top 10. Across our 100 projects that are active today, about 80% of in the aggregate, 80% of our fee is returned to the owner based on our industry application of our industry best practices. So it's not just academic, we've got quantifiable savings, and we can talk about any of these that you'd like to talk about, or we can talk about that in more detail. Next slide. Again, this is our last slide. We're just honored to be here this morning. Appreciate the opportunity to be shortlisted and have a visit with y'all. We feel like we're the right firm for Hood County. We understand the market. We understand working with local county governments, city governments, some of the challenges in the market today with general contractors, finding good general contractors who are willing to bring resources to Hood County for this project. Again, extensive experience across the state of Texas. Texas is our home, and we're just honored to be here this morning. Now open it up for any questions that you have. Thank y'all.
Have you had a situation with one of these projects that was a jail, where the jail was operational but needed to be added on to? Can you walk us through how you maintained security and compliance during that project?
And then you want to tackle that?
Yeah. Comal County is a good example of that. It's an occupied jail facility. There are several things you do. We don't want you to, we understand your greatest cost is staff, so we want to make sure you don't have to add staff. Building, sometimes it's as simple as building fencing and including that in the contract. Separation of the job site, check in, check out of the job site for workers. So there are protocols that you put into place If you're building something, connections usually come last. So the jail's functioning, you build the other piece, then you build the connector so that you can keep those things separate. So they're pretty scheduled out tightly for that type of situation. Does that answer your question?
More like plumbing and electricity. How do you say the connections last?
Usually you rough in everything to where it goes, and then you do the same thing. You have a shutdown, very brief, because shutdowns are almost impossible. So you get everything ready, and then you just plug and play, sort of, so to speak.
Okay. So what do you see as the biggest risk to this project? I'm not asking you in particular, just whoever wants.
Yeah. I just, I think cost and schedule growth are the two significant. When you had the failed bond election in November 24 and essentially went back out a year later at half the value. And of course, with what you're paying to send inmates out of this county, cost and schedule management are going to be the two most critical aspects. And we've seen, again, we've had success in Tarrant County and the surrounding counties with good contractors, but we've also seen very incompetent contractors that get hired by a county or a city, and are the really good contractors willing to maybe they're here in Hood County already, but are they willing to come out if they're not, and really bring in an A team? And that's important as we work with your staff and the design firm, DRG, to develop either the general contractor RFP or the CMAR RFP to make sure that we put teeth in that regard, as I mentioned earlier, regarding the schedule management, but also help you find the contractors that have built jails and expanded jails in the past, but also have the capability to bring those assets to bear here in Hood County.
So describe how your firm will commit to prioritizing Hood County's project in connection with all of your other projects.
It'll be seamless. There's no prioritization. I mean, Brett will be here full time. Again, we'll work with your staff to negotiate a fee that's consistent with the kind of support that's needed for the project. But all of our support, as I mentioned, David Crabtree, Steve, Brett are all here in Tarrant County, nearby. From a leadership perspective, our firm, we take monthly briefs and visit the job site as needed. Thankfully, I've got great staff scattered all over the state that manage that effort. But at the CEO level, we pay attention to each project across the entire company. It's really not a prioritization issue because that's what we're just dedicated to the job.
What would the communication look like back to the Commissioner's Court? How often and what would it be?
It'll totally be at y'all's request. We can communicate daily at whatever level you want us to communicate at. We can communicate at county commissioners, formal county commissioners meetings. Mm-hmm. We can update your county staff. Again, it's whatever y'all desire in terms of information flow. We don't want to do anything without y'all's involvement and approval.
So you don't have a standard report that you submit?
We do, but it varies from client to client whether they want to see that on a weekly or a monthly basis.
And
Absolutely.
what would be the key elements in that?
Again, cost, schedule, any type of anticipated delays, essentially just making sure that y'all are always aware of any type of issues that would limit success on the project.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Your
Good
Honor. Appreciate it.
presentation.
Good to meet y'all.
Yeah, good. Thank y'all for coming out. Yes, sir. Okay, let's take a little break right now. Do y'all want to go into the executive session and go back in? Okay, Commissioners Court back in session at 11:08. I'm here. Any commissioner wish to make a motion?
Yes, sir.
Move that we award Ketchel as the RFQ 2026-04 construction manager owner agent.
Second. I second the motion. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I would like to add this. I would prefer to have some more time to follow up on what we've seen today and make the award at a future court. I know you got a motion on the table to vote on, but I'm just putting that into the record.
I agree with that, we talked about following up with references. Haven't really had time to do that.
I think taking a couple of weeks, make sure we get this right. Which quarter are we talking about putting this on the 24th?
On my motion.
Okay, motion withdrawn. I hear a motion to table.
So I'll move that we reschedule this to have time to review what we've seen today.
3/24, that's the next court.
That's fine. If you want a date certain, 3/24 is fine.
Made by Commissioner Eagle to reschedule or table until March 24, 2026 Commissioner Court meeting, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion is granted. It moves unanimously. Thank y'all all for coming down. Okay. Glenn, you want to come up here and give us a short statement on this? Item is receive presentations from and conduct Q&A with shortlisted vendors in response to RFQ 2026-03 P25 radio consultant. The court may award an award at this time or at a later date. Yes, sir.
Yes, good morning. Similar to what we just did with the construction management, we put out an RFQ for P25 radio network consulting services. And we have four of the firms here today to give you a 15-minute presentation, one at a time. And we'll move forward starting with TUSA Consulting Services.
Okay. Do you have a list of how many different people? Four. Four? Four. It was the next page I gave you. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Is it still morning or is it getting close to afternoon? Good morning. How you doing? It did. What amazing what an hour can do for us. My name is Dean Hart. I'm with TUSA Consulting. Please, next slide. I've got Norm Folger with me. Jeff McNally couldn't make it today, but the team you see on the board, two of us are here and the third one's there. Between the three of us, we probably got close to 120 years of experience. So I always jokingly say, if anybody knows why I'm grumpy, it's because I've been doing this for a long time. So next slide, please. You know, why do we think people should hire TUSA? From my experience, I've sat across the room. I've been a customer dealing with what you're dealing with today. I've been on the vendor side, having built large projects. I've been on the consultant side with a very independent perspective. You know, I like to keep the lighter side. If you ever want to read a Stillwater quote, I was asked by a commissioner one time if I was biased, and I told him I was. I hate all these vendors equally. So we truly are agnostic. We're here to serve you and the citizens you serve as well. Another reason of TUSA is, you know, we look at the worst case. When public safety's having their worst times is typically when something bad has happened. And so we focus on power, connectivity, all those things that need to work when times are worst in Hood County or anywhere. So I know you guys have dealt with a lot of flooding and different things in the state. You know, it's sad to see that, but we focus on communications working reliably when times are bad. Next, please. Again, our procurement methodologies, we're vendor neutral, we're standards based, we're not the engineering team that wants to come and reinvent the wheel. We know how the world's working out there. We've worked for the vendors. In 5 years of procurement side, we've been challenged 5 times. The vendors are 0 for 5. So, you know, the customer wins out on what they want to do. Next, please. So, TUSA started in 1992. TUSA is actually not an acronym. It's a gentleman's name who was the founder, Nick TUSA. He came off of the platforms in the Gulf and the oil industry. He lost a friend on a rig due to poor communications, and it really kind of set his mission that public safety needs to communicate and it needs to be reliable. So that was kind of the founding principles. Next, please. You know, we're a company of firsts. I mean, I'm leaving the proposal if you guys want to see that, but I mean, we've done a lot of things in the leading edge. We feel our competitors follow us in many cases, so we're proud of those and mention those. Next, please. TUSA was recently acquired by a company called ACG, and that's literally been within the last 30 days. ACG is on the federal side of business. They do a lot of commercial work in the airports. They're deep into Dallas. They're doing a lot of custom border patrol work, enhancing mission-critical communications along the border. They bring a lot of engineering support to us consultants in the background. And so we were happy with that merger. We're proud of that merger. We look at them being a proud partner with us. Next, please. You know, why is TUSA different specifically in Texas? We've worked several projects in Texas. The recent one being the city of Waco. So Waco had started out with their own radio system, and then McLennan County joined in. I'm seeing some similar things as I've read through your RFP and as I read through the Avesta report that we pulled, just to get a little bit of history of what was going on here and why you guys were looking at a consultant. Again, ACG has got a lot of Texas experience too to back us up if we need it. I'm pretty sure we can handle this one. Next, please. You know, I look at what you guys are doing in what I call decision point crossroads. You guys are really looking at how you want to handle your public safety communication system for the next 15 to 20 years. The life cycle of equipment typically goes 15 to 20 years. We like to give you that roadmap as part of that decision tree, so a board such as this can sit there and know what their costs are going to be and plan for that over the long term. We can tell you what the capital expense for something new or what something's going to happen today, but you've got to plan for the long-term sustainment of your radio system. You don't buy a new fire truck and not change the oil. You know, what we're finding out anymore with the P25 standards is technology really isn't the primary failure point anymore. It really is governance, and so we know that that's important. the ability to make decisions for your public safety group, as well as potentially having a good partner for cost savings, because this stuff is expensive and it has to be maintained, and it's really a big IT system anymore with radios off the end of it. And so we think that that governance is important. I mean, as a primary example, Miami, the city of Miami, very, very independent, but they've been able to partner with Miami Beach and Hialeah to create a governance where they're all sharing a radio system now. There's cost savings in that, but there's also governance in that. And as they had a very good MOU in place, as that administration changed, the administration didn't know the history, and we're going back in now and helping them tweak that MOU, get better pricing as a big regional system instead of a bunch of little independent systems, and we're helping them with an update on that. So governance, in my mind, is a little bit evolutionary. It's got to be consistently reviewed and maintained and updated as administrations change, to let people know the history and keeping that partnership carrying forward. You know, and part of that is control. So, you know, your decision points, from what we read, we need to evaluate the Granbury participation and how you guys are a part of that. Governance authority and decision-making control should be equal partners in that. We want to look through that and give recommendations. Again, life cycle sustainability. Your investment's got to be maintained. What are those long-term obligations? And really the ability to, and so if somebody's over the core, the ability to influence that and make sure that the operations are made for your public safety officials as well as anybody else that may be a partner of that system. So we've seen this in counties where multiple agencies are done, across multiple counties. In some cases, the state of Minnesota is probably the best case. Literally, that whole state is one big radio system, including the municipalities. That's taken a long time, and they're at a crossroads in similar ways you are. So how do we look at that? We investigate, we interview, and we inspect. So we want to see what your current system is. We want to interview the operational users and the decision makers to know what the goal is. Look at the current governance and the costs and how things were being done through the contracts. I mean, that's simple, but we get into a lot of detail to gather that information and make recommendations that allow you guys to make informed decisions. Next, please. What you will know at the end is we're going to look at continuing current participation, or do we modify the governance, or do we pursue a hybrid model? You know, maybe they still got their system and you got your system and they're still tied together and everybody can interoperate, but you're managing your resources, they're managing theirs. Opportunities for scale that other counties may be able to do this, or just transition to a county-owned model, and then you would proceed to a procurement from the recommendations that we look to provide. Next, please. So we view this as 90-day completion. We want to be a prioritized engagement. I'm not the fancy suit that comes in and impresses you and then hands another team. Two of your team members are right here. We welcome detailed questions of how we're going to handle your project. So that's direct accountability to the team. And then we'll give clear, defensible recommendations. I mean, there'll be, we speak IT, we speak radio, we speak boards. So we can sit there and provide that interpretation to you as part of this project. Next, please. And I'm open for any questions you guys may have as part of this.
Last page of your document that you submitted, it sounded like you were just stopping at the assessment phase. It says, this needs assessment report will address system performance. And then at the conclusion of that phase, Hood County will be positioned to determine whether to, and then it talks about all the other steps.
So ma'am, we look at, we can provide all that. We can easily get you to the next phase where you're operational. We like to prove ourselves first And then we sit there and provide those next steps as part of that recommendation in the first step.
But we already did the assessment with Aveston. You read that report?
Yes, ma'am. So we look at consulting in 3 phases. I call it needs assessment, procurement, and then implementation. So we're still coming in to do some level of needs assessment based on the technologies and those different things. There will be recommendations and cost that then will allow you guys to say, I really want to go to option 2, and here's the associated cost with that. At that point then, if you're happy with our services, which we believe you would be, we'll continue on then and give you a quote for that next step.
Which is what?
Would be the procurement side of it.
Okay, because that's not what this last page says, or else I'm just reading it wrong.
Well, you're reading what we're going to give you out of this first phase.
Okay, what we needed based on the RFQ was a full evaluation of the options with pros and cons and costs associated with each one of those options.
And that's what you're going to get out of this.
That's not what you're...
That's what we call our needs assessment phase 1. We come in and identify what the potential cost would be, estimated cost. The next phase takes it to an RFP procurement phase. That's what that means, phase 1. Maybe it's not labeled correctly, and we apologize for that, but that's exactly what you said is what we call our phase 1.
So when we present to you at the end of this, we're going to tell you what your options are and what those costs are.
For each of the options?
Yes, ma'am.
What are the options in your mind?
Stay the course, go on your own, or potentially a hybrid of that. In my mind, those are really the 3 main options.
Go on our own with what?
So you would own your own radio system and manage your own radio system. You would not be a partner with GRRN.
Okay, and are there sub-options within there?
Sure. And that's we got to gather some more data. I mean, we got to. You guys were high level. That report gave some good information, but that report was talking, I'm going to say, more IT language than radio language. And that report was talking, I'm going to say, in part, this sounds bad, but it seems like there was conflict between Granbury and Hood County in that report that we read from Avista.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to try to dig into that a little bit deeper between Granbury and Hood County. See where, at one point it looked like there was technical issues that Hood County didn't even have access to the radio system, and they were using security and all that. I don't get that, because we've got big, huge radio systems where every customer has view into the network for their particular components that they're taking care of.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where that's coming from. I don't know if that's a vendor trying to make more money to sit there and do other things. I don't know, and that's the detail we got to dig into and find out.
My understanding of what we're looking for here is exactly that. What are our options going forward, and how do we fit into that? What's the most best bang for the buck, I guess.
Absolutely.
Is what we're looking for. And so yeah, my understanding was that you would need to do some analysis on where we are currently with the structure and what it would take to, if we did break away, fill in the gaps that may leave or whatever structurally or systematically to make sure that everything's still
right,
provided the coverage that we needed, but then to come in and look at it from a cost analysis of what each of these steps would take. And what would be the pros and cons of those?
Yes, and that's the detailed report at the end. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, as MOUs are developed with partnerships, we sit there and say you're really creating a 15-year marriage, not only with your vendor, but with the partners you sign up with. And divorce can be expensive. You need to know what that expense is. You need to know what your options are so you can continue your mission and support your public safety. We'll give each one of those with details and associated costs. And there may be even recommendations on the governance side that says if you want to stay the course, here's are things that you should consider. And you know what, Granbury, you should consider that too.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying at the end of 90 days, we'll have a report that shows 3 to 4 to 5 options with costs associated with each one, pros and cons and risks for each one.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to include the just to make sure that we have all the bases covered. The Fort Worth system isn't far away, what it would take to
No,
perhaps join that
we
system.
look at those. Again,
Okay.
we like to give you your options and let you make informed decisions, again, based on governance, partnerships, and associated costs.
I was asking what the options were because they were, weren't they outlined in the RFP, in the RFQ? Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I think there was something in there that said any other viable option that may come up.
Staying with Granbury, doing our own core with the current L3 Harris, joining North Texas, Fort Worth, whatever we want to call it.
Or even a competitive model of switching vendors. So,
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
So any of
Yeah,
those options.
that's the deliverables and decision outcomes on that on section C, the very last page I think you're referring to.
Yeah, it just said completion of this work does not, so I thought that it looked like all you were going to do at this 90 days was the assessment, and then.
We hope to prove our point, and you guys say, hey, thank you for great recommendations and costs. We've been able to make decisions. What's it going to be to take the next step? And as part of details, if you want pricing and further work on that, that's easy to do.
But cost estimates, you're going to have to do some kind of pricing to get cost estimates.
We know what those costs are.
Okay, so I just want to be clear because this last page of your document doesn't conform with what I thought you were going to provide. So you're telling me verbally that you're going to do this, and I think Commissioner Andrews said the same thing. What we thought this was is a full analysis of all the options, which you have to do assessment of our current option, but we got current state, what are the options for future state, how much will each one of those cost, what's the timeline for each one of those estimates, and what are the pros and cons?
Correct.
Okay, that's.
Yeah, and I take that for granted, so I see where we're not saying that direct as you've said. So we are providing that.
And that will be all done in 90 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I didn't even ask my questions that I was going to ask. So I think you answered how you maintain strict independence with your vendors. You said you don't like it.
I hate them all equally, so tongue in cheek. So.
It made the newspaper the next day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for once the newspaper quoted somebody correctly.
Okay. So give an example of a project where you had to navigate potential conflicts of interest. What was the situation and how did you handle it?
So right now that's currently going on in Miami. They had their MOU, administration's changed. They got a new fire chief, and she did not like, Miami was the leader of it. They had the primary core. And then Miami Beach and Hialeah were off of that core with their RF network. So they were using that central core, and then they built the radio sites for their coverage, excuse me, in their city. So with that new administration, they didn't understand the MOU. They didn't understand the cost sharing that was supposed to be done. And the city of Miami thought that Miami Beach and Hialeah was supposed to pay for the core. And I said, no, wait a minute, they're not. You're supposed to share the cost of that 3 ways. And so we're now updating that for the new administration. We've gotten the vendor, which is L3 Harris, by the way, there too, to break out what that core cost is, separate from what their radio systems are. So they know now what that core cost is to maintain and sustain and what their obligation is, which is they divide it by 3 instead of one agency paying for all of it.
Okay. So what is your method for evaluating the alternatives? How do you assess advantages and disadvantages, trade-off risks, et cetera?
I mean, part of it is looking to see, I'm going to say, where there may be conflict within the agencies themselves. So digging down a little bit deeper into the technical views as well as the administrative views. Worse, why are we here today? and then looking at, you know, hey, here's the way the rest of the world does it. Here's things that you may be able to change in this governance where you can continue the course. But here's also ways of cost models where you've got a core, everybody that's on that core should share in that cost, and then you should have coverage for your areas that you're covering. Obviously, Hood County is Hood County. Granbury's their city. Other agency was adjoined, what would be their particular needs. So what is your particular needs? What are you going to maintain or sustain as part of a county? And what are the shared components? So how should I break out that cost model for that shared component? And Kansas City, Mars region is a good example of that. I mean, the Missouri side has 4 counties, probably about 30 agencies, and Kansas City owns the core. And so they use ports off of that core to run their radio system and run their 911 center. And that core runs about $500,000 a year to maintain. But it's divided by 32 because there's 32 people participating. So instead of one agency eating all that cost, and that's what you face if you become standalone, they pay in 1/32 of it, which is a tremendous cost savings to the taxpayer in the region there. So there's another. So we helped show that cost model as well. That if you stay the course and the partners stay together, here's how we think you should share costs, and we'll give you examples of that from the way other people are doing it. We did that similar in Payne County. New radio system coming up. The county's supporting most of it, but the city of Stillwater and Cushing and Perkins and Glencoe are all, and the rural fires are all sharing in that overall cost to maintain the system. So the county put the system out there, and they said, hey, we got to have this for county anyway, but all the agencies that now are benefiting from the coverage and the way the system works, we want you to help pay for the ongoing service and maintenance of the system. And that's part of what we look at in that 10 to 15 year cost as well.
Where are your employees located?
I'm out of Kansas City. Norm is out of Keller, Texas. Jeff McNally is also out of the Kansas City area. I've got consultants in North Carolina and California, Missouri, Kansas.
Okay. Thank you. How will we be updated on the progress?
However you want to be updated.
Do you have a standard format that you
We like to give weekly updates to the stakeholders. So whoever you tell me is my point of contact, we want to give weekly updates to. If we think we're making progress somewhere in the middle and the stakeholders believe it's pertinent to come back to this group, we welcome that. We are very open to advising you on what your next steps are and what we view as the issues that have gotten to this point.
So do you have a sample of a roadmap or something from past projects that you can share of how you communicated, or how you kept us informed of the status?
Would you like me to share it with?
Yes.
Kermit? Absolutely. We'll get that to you ASAP.
Okay.
Is this really like an incremental approach or report periodically, or trying to see what this looks like on the back end? Don't you just come in and say, okay, if you choose option A, here's your costs, your pros, your cons, that kind of thing. Is there somewhere in between that makes sense?
Here's our process. So as part of, and we call this a phase 1. So we would sit there and give whoever's going to be the key stakeholder or the lead, that's the sheriff, we would give him that, hey, we want to come in and we want to look at all this stuff. We're also going to do an online survey that's going to come out and go out to the participating with a key set of questions specific to this project. So that usually happens within the first month. Then we look at that, and when we read through the surveys, we come in and schedule face-to-face. And again, that could be with the board. Hey, we read this, there may be follow-up questions, what does this mean? In the meantime, by virtue we visited the sites and we understand the technology and we understand the goals of where you're trying to achieve, we start giving that technical side of it of here's your options and here's the associated costs. So we've done the site visits, we've done the interviews with the key stakeholders and the participants, and that's everybody that's involved. And then in the meantime, we've been working on the details of the costs. And then after that, after we do the face-to-face, then we follow up shortly then with a detailed report of all the things that we've been talking about.
Else have any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Appreciate
it.
the opportunity.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Come on down.
How's everyone doing?
Good morning.
It's, okay. Oh, good. Okay. I sent in, emailed the presentation. We received it. Okay. Mr. Tillman?
Oh, Glenn?
Yeah, yeah. I could email it again. Oh, sure. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have brought in, okay, let me forward it on. While the presentation's coming in, I could take a minute to introduce myself. And first of all, I'd like to thank the commission for giving me the opportunity to come in here. It's an honor and a pleasure to present to you. My name is David Ruiz. I am the owner of Drewbridge LLC. The company is headquartered in the New York metropolitan area. I've been in business. I'm kind of preempting the slide deck, but I figured in the essence of time, we'd jump right in. We've been in business since 2019. We are a young company, up and coming. We do the majority of our business with the New York Police Department, New York Fire Department, and DoIT. It's been primarily where the majority of our work has been done over the last several years. I personally have been in the communications industry, the public safety communications industry, for 30 years. I graduated from Newark College of Engineering, also known as the New Jersey Institute of Technology, in 1990. And since then, I started at engineering career at Motorola Solutions. And very fortunate, I was able to work at Motorola Solutions for 30 years. I was involved in a multitude of projects up and down the coast and across the United States, working on engineering efforts, helping Motorola with maintenance and operations, planning,
some contract planning, contractual language changes, change management, things of that nature. What we'll see here when we pull up the presentation is I'd like to step the commission through basically the philosophy and the concept of myself, and I say myself, that would be my company because it is my company and I am driving the company towards hopefully a future that'll be reflective of how I view communications and what my understanding is of public safety communications. So again, to preempt the slide deck, and I'll kind of walk you guys through real quick when the slide deck does come up, but just to give you an idea, in my entire career has been spent on public safety communications. And I tried getting out a couple of times, but I wasn't, no luck. I was dragged right back in. And ultimately ended up now after my 30th year in the business, ended up working still on public safety communications, of course, in a different capacity. Currently, I'm involved more in a consulting and financial representation of what it is that is involved with the P25 networks. But nonetheless, as I indicated before, I am very fortunate. My career has spanned across a multitude of different backgrounds, if you call it, for the sake of a better word. But I was involved for an extended amount of time in the design and building of the public safety networks. I've got a background also, which I'm trying very hard to instill on the company, a background in project management and deployment, and also in change management, which if you spend any time with working on these communication networks, what you realize is that the system is really, when you look at a P25 network for public safety operations, you've got to consider not only a hardened network, a network that's going to operate under duress, but you've got to consider the long-term maintenance, serviceability of the network, what your long-term plans are, and as you move into the future, that you understand what your financial requirements are with these public safety networks. Because one of the shortcomings that I have seen actually throughout my career is customers getting into these public safety P25 networks, these modern technology-laden, very technology-laden networks, and not understanding that there are issues that have to be addressed down the road. And these could become very, very complicated. The issues could range from technology obsolescence in the sense of your boxes are going to have to be replaced on a 3 to 5 year time frame. The communications network and what we're really looking at here, and I'm going to jump around a little bit for the sake of time. Oh, it's okay. I'm going through the entire presentation anyway, so it'll give you the goal here is to give you a good idea of basically my presentation was how do I approach this. So I'll just verbalize it and lay it out for the commission. The long-term, so the issue with the comm networks, the modern public safety communications networks, is that you're dealing with two components, where in the past, if you bought a radio network, for example, in 1975, 1980, that network, you could potentially get 20, 30 years out of that infrastructure. And because it was a technology platform at the time, and we didn't have the advancements in networking equipment and all the changes in technology. What's happening today is your P25 network, and I know the county operates as part of the Granbury P25 network. Your P25 network is very technology intensive. So when you analyze a system, any system, that you move into, what you're really looking at is a civil infrastructure. And this is what really makes radio communications challenging and unique. The uniqueness of radio communications is that unlike an enterprise network that the county might procure to do its file maintenance and its legality and data storage, the radio communications network has a civil component associated with it. The civil component has to be analyzed and maintained and built in with a similar mindset that you would build the radio infrastructure. So often you go into the design of a radio network and you're thinking, well, I've got my site's taken care of, my coverage is in pretty good shape, and I've got good microwave, and that's great. That's only one half of the story. The other half of the story is what happens to this network over time. And the reason you've got to consider the evolution of the network over time is because the modern radio communication systems are basically network platforms. They're enterprise platforms that interface to an RF world. And that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with the outside world, which is your towers, your generators, your shelters, your radio, your RF world, communicating out with your deputies and the other county employees, and you're dealing with an inside enterprise network. Now, that introduces several challenges to the communications owner and to the communications companies that actually build these networks. So as an owner of a public safety hardened P25 network, you've got to plan for multiple aspects of what I call obsolescence. There's software maintenance that has to be installed in these networks, and it's got to be considered. Most vendors today, the two primary vendors, obviously, Motorola Solutions and Harris, all work on a software maintenance platform. And the updates, thank you, the updates could be on a biannual basis, or they could be annually. The other issue you have, thank you, by the way. The other issue you have is that you've got to also consider, beyond standard software maintenance, you've got to consider technology refresh. Your servers, your switches, your routers, your security components of the network are all being refreshed over time. And that's not something that the vendors really want to do. It's something that industry forces them to do. Technology changes, and being that the P25 network is so network intensive, the P25 system, I should say, is so network intensive, it requires you to keep up with the modern deployment of these networks. So what happens is, over time, when you own one of these communication networks, you've got to worry about, you've got to consider not only the serviceability, the day-to-day maintenance of the network, break fix, having somebody available when a base station goes down, or you've got to replace an antenna, things of that nature. These are the daily requirements to a communications network. You also have to plan for your software upgrades. You've got to plan for your technology refresh upgrades. And you've got to plan, I think one of the things that many public safety agencies tend to overlook is the human capital associated with the management of these networks. So you've got to have a team in-house, not necessarily to respond on a 7x24 basis or go out there and fix, because there are many service centers across the country, and both Harris and Motorola have service shops that can come in and take care of your day-to-day. But management of these networks is extremely crucial. And one of the things that you don't want to do is you don't want to pass off management to just the communication shop, the local communication shop. As good as they are, there's too many things on the customer side that have to be addressed. Actually, the previous slide was probably a good place for me to start. And I think the slide before that was where our experience is. I'll take a minute or so and talk through what it is we're doing. I deliberately selected these 4 projects because they're all different in their own ways. We were awarded, it was heartbreaking, we were awarded the island-wide design for Puerto Rico. It was a Department of Homeland Security grant that was given to the company we partnered with, and we designed the entire communication system, all the sites, the coverage for the entire island of Puerto Rico. We ended up with a 65-site design to provide portable in-street coverage over 6 simulcast cells, redundant core networks. You guys are probably familiar with the Granbury having the core, with redundant core networks and 5 or 6 dispatch center locations. There was a technicality in that we believed we were able to partner with a local island engineering firm, certified civil engineering firm professional. Turned out that we were not. It turned out that what they were really looking for was for the engineering firm to be the lead on the project. The award was recanted. We had to rebid. We rebid with a very good firm, but to no avail. They decided to go in another direction. But I wanted to put it up there as one of our, I think one of our wins for 2025, even though the project was not awarded to us. State of Maryland Public Safety System. Now, this one I wanted to put up there as well. I was primarily responsible on the State of Maryland system for designing their maintenance and operations program. It was designing and laying out. I did not do the work. As a Motorolan big team comes in, as you guys are probably familiar, similar to Harris. They've got project managers, engineers, salespeople. My job was to design the 10-year maintenance and operations program. And it was a tremendous experience because I was able to really analyze what it took to facilitate and maintain these networks during the second half of their existence, during maintenance and operations. So I did that. The other thing I did, which was pretty educational, I would say, was I ran 2 of Motorola's teams, the fire department team and the Do-It team in New York City. I was the lead project manager. I was in charge of the teams. And we engaged in several upgrades, fire and Do-It upgrades. And one of the upgrades in particular was the P25 upgrade of the citywide fire department system. So PM team under myself was actually handling the deployment. More recently, the 4th project, the base station replacement, was when kicked off when I started the company, and they contracted us to handle all the project management and facility management in one of their staging facilities in New York City. So we ran, this was an extremely large project for the New York Police Department. They replaced all of their analog infrastructure with P25. It was a mild migration. At first, the first phase of the project was to bring in the cabinets, install them. Second phase was to do the P25 upgrade, where they would bring the analog up to the digital platform. And so it was intriguing project. Our team really learned a lot from this project. It was so we were very, very successful. We had a great outcome with this project. So I wanted to put these 4 up here because each one of them it really indicates a bit of a different skill set that we bring to the table. Next slide. And I know time is of the essence, and please, if I'm overstepping, just let me know, and I'll be more than happy to accelerate and with all due respect. Okay, so I think I've spoken to the engineering and network architecture aspect of the company philosophy. When you design a radio communication system, you have to design a hardened network. And sometimes you overlook that, it's got to be hardened on multiple fronts. And the reason is because public safety, 90% of the time, you could have little to no incidents, depending on the population and how busy the area is, but it's just that one time that your radio system falters on you and you've got a big incident. You could have a shootout, you could have a fire, whatever the case may be. And this is the mindset that you've got to have when you go into these P25 networks as a design engineer. And it is challenging because it does at times introduce significant cost to the process. But I think overall, you've got to be thinking reliability and resiliency when you're an engineer, when you're doing engineering on these networks. From a project management perspective, and I wanted to touch on project management because project management, as I know you've been involved listening to presentations on construction, on P25, project management is critical as well in the deployment of the system because project management with these networks has to manage the construction of the sites, has to manage the regulatory aspect of what installing a radio tower and a shelter and generators, things of that nature. That all comes from the project management. But there is something that I wanted to touch on very briefly here, which is, in my opinion, overlooked often, and that is the financial management of these networks. I've been very fortunate that the last 3 years I've been consulting for Motorola Solutions, specifically for Motorola Solutions in a financial change management capacity. So I've been doing all their change orders and pricing the change orders. And the one thing that I realized is in the Westchester County, it's for Westchester County, New York, by the way, on behalf of Motorola.
What can you do about our design system? Tell us about this, about our system here. Give us our options on what we're trying to do here on our radio system.
I think you look at, first of all, let's make sure we understand what it is that the county has, the experience they've had with the network. Let's look at your system. Let's analyze the configuration. When you do an analysis of the configuration, then you can come up with design alternatives or design improvements. Once we develop an improvement to the design, whatever that may be, it could be adding a second core site, it could be scratching the existing radio system altogether. We don't know. That would have to be analyzed. And what basically, as the analysis is being done, you're doing the analysis on the behalf of the county. The best.
Happened to take a look at that Avestis report that was online?
We looked at I believe it was included in the RFP. Okay. So we did see that there were several shortcomings and issues associated with the existing network.
How would you be able to leverage that?
I think the county has the RF infrastructure in place, which is promising. That means you don't have to spend money on building towers. And so half of your battle in doing an upgrade, if the coverage is acceptable, and I go back to the county should analyze, whichever consulting firm comes in and you select to do business with, you should analyze whether your radio coverage is acceptable. Maybe it's acceptable today. Will it be acceptable in 5 years and 10 years down the road? So if the existing network, that's basically how we would analyze it. I don't foresee that it's a complete teardown. I think that the existing network, if properly handled, could be, has the ability to be upgraded and provide the county what it is that the county's looking for. So it would be a matter of looking at the current configuration and coming up with a viable solution, cost-effective solution, and technically competent solution that would be acceptable to the
Are
county.
there any other options?
You could pull depending on my opinion is and it always has been, that you've got to look at all your possibilities. You have to look at multiple vendors. In your current situation, I think you would be happy 5 years from now if you did a complete analysis and said, here's where we sit with the Harris system, here's what Harris is proposing to bring the network up to where we think it should be and address the issues that we feel we have to be addressed. But let's look at the competitor as well, because you never know. There might be, in a nutshell, you might have as much work upgrading the existing system as you do to totally swapping the existing system and going to a new network. It's something that needs to be analyzed. It's something that the vendors would have to discuss with the county.
Okay. And where are your employees located?
We are primarily located in the New York area. I myself call home South Florida. I live in Boca Raton, Florida. My son, who runs the company for us, he's just bought a house in Denver. And my chief engineer, my primary engineer is in New Jersey, excuse me.
So when you look at, early on in your present document that you submitted, 3.3 says understanding the project. And it's got some things listed there, but I'm not hearing you describe the things
my
that are.
apologies. I tried to verbalize everything that was.
Yeah. Well, we were looking for a total and report that would give us all the options, cost benefits, our pros and cons, costs of each, time frame, and I don't see that in your.
Yeah, the report would come after we have the ability to analyze the situation. At this point, our response was really based on the information in the RFP.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So it's certainly something that is doable. There's no doubt about it. We have the ability to analyze the existing system, report back to you what would be the better of the options, both from a technical, financial, long-term sustainability perspective.
Have you done any similar public sector projects in Texas?
No, nothing in Texas. This is my first stab at working in Texas.
Okay. Question?
Yeah, have you done any kind of work where there's multiple jurisdictions involved?
Yeah.
Trying to get everything?
Actually, yes. So like this regional network, for example, my understanding from what I can see in the RFP, my understanding, I should say, is that Granbury runs the network. They run the core, basically. You've got 4 sites inside the county that it's a 4-site simulcast system, P25, that you utilize inside the county. Interoperability with P25 is not a big issue. The network is quite flexible and allows for tying in outside agencies, expansion within the network. So it's what you're trying to achieve, I'm fairly confident can be achieved in one capacity or the other. You just have to look at all your options. You've got to lay them on the table and determine what is the best option of all for the county, financially and technically, and down the road. Very important. Got to consider how is this going to play itself out 5-10 years from now, and how much is all of that going to cost you? Total cost of ownership with these networks is very important. It's something that needs to be considered as much as how you're going to maintain the network today, because the county does not want to find itself in a tough situation trying to fund something that it did not plan for.
Any other questions? No?
Good. Well, it was a pleasure and an honor. And whether we are awarded, as I stated before, we're a young company I am in, it's something I've always wanted to do, consulting all my life. I've been able to do multitude of other work at Motorola. We are very successful in the New York area. We manage to pay the rent. We manage to keep the lights on. But this is something that I definitely endeavor to do over the long haul, and having the opportunity to come here and present to the commission is again, it's an honor. And whether TrueBridge is awarded the project or not, I thank you from the bottom of my heart sincerely, and I wish you the best with whatever direction you take. We're always there. You have my number. Yeah, you can reach out to us at any given time. With that, thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Morning.
Hey, good morning.
Good. Yeah, good afternoon. How are you doing? Please introduce yourself. We're ready. Are you ready, Christine?
I'll introduce myself in the meantime. Good afternoon. My name is Rajit Javer. I'm Associate Vice President with Federal Engineering. I've been with Federal Engineering for 18 years now. Various roles. I was a lead consultant, project manager, director, and then my current role. So I've been involved with the public safety radio communication space during that entire time. Prior to that, I worked for a major vendor for about 8 years in the public safety radio communication space as well. So my career in the space is my entire career of 25 plus years. So excited to be here today, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to introduce Greg to introduce himself.
Hi, Greg Center. I've been with Federal Engineering for 4 years as a consultant. I've had a 30-year career in the wireless industry. My background is, I've got a bachelor's in electrical engineering from Oklahoma Christian and an MBA from UT Austin, and a project management professional. That's really where my career is focused on, project management specialty. About half my career was at Texas Instruments making wireless chips for cell phones, and then the other half has been working on public safety, public radio communication systems, working for various vendors, different vendors along the way. I was a director of PMO for one of them until I moved to Federal Engineering. I've worked about 20 projects for Federal Engineering since I joined. I'm working alongside another couple individuals who aren't with us today. Louis Camarillo, he, like myself, is also from Texas. I'm from the DFW area. Louis is from the Houston area, and then he's been with Federal probably 18 years. He's worked over 100 projects or so for Federal. And we've also got Julian Duran. He's our RF coverage specialist. He's got specialties in coverage propagation and also backhaul engineering, microwave. So with that, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Greg. Next slide, please. So I wanted to go over what our proposed services are here. Also wanted to say that, we as Federal Engineering are prepared, if we're so honored to have this opportunity. We are prepared to start right away. We have a planning tool that we all get together and plan every week and continually update that looks out 12 months, 18 months to make sure that our personnel and resources are staffed on the project. So we definitely have the bandwidth for taking on a project of this size and scope. So I wanted to let you know that. Also, we're assuming a 6-month schedule, but we'll work with you. If there's some time dates and times that need to be met that are critical for the county, we're more than happy to work with you to, compress the schedule however best we can to make it work for you and your needs. So as far as the project initiation phase, I'm sorry. Can you go back one? Sorry. As far as the project initiation phase, what we'll first do is we'll send out a request for information to the participants from the county to receive some documentation, just to get an understanding of what your system has, different aspects of it, whether it's the frequency licensing, the actual equipment components, the maintenance, all those types of things. And then we'll review that in preparation for the project initiation meeting. It helps us to get a better understanding of where Hood County is at. And at the project initiation meeting, we will basically baseline what the scope of the project is, go through some critical dates, go through how the project communications will take place. And we're very flexible. We'll do whatever's in the county's interest of how often to have those calls and meetings. We understand, county staff are busy and we don't want to overly burden them, but we also want to make sure the communication flow is good and adequate to your needs. And then we'll conduct stakeholder interviews. This is a really important part of the process because we'll really gain an understanding of what the first responders find is working well with the current radio communications network and what's not. And we want to be able to identify that, so that will help us identify those gaps and mitigate that when we're coming together on these next phases of the project. So with that, we'll have a deliverable, which is a project plan and schedule, as well as interview notes from the stakeholder interviews. Next slide, please. So the next the next phase is the alternatives identification and analysis. So we understand, it's Hood County's goal for an informed, transparent, unbiased, and defensible decision of which way your radio communications path should proceed. And so it's our job as federal engineering to identify the alternatives, whether that be continued participation in the Granbury Regional Radio Network, whether you want to build and operate and maintain your own system, or whether you want to join another regional system that could be on a different technology platform. That's what we're here for. This is what we do. This is what we do all the time for counties of similar size. And so how do we do that, right? We go through the radio coverage. We see each of the alternatives and we identify, okay, how does staying with the current system or building your own system or joining another system, how does the radio coverage meet the first responders' needs? And we'll identify any potential deficiencies or what needs to be improved in order to meet the needs. So we'll take that into account. There's also the actual system configuration. Where's that technology in its life cycle? If you're currently part of a system, how old is that system and when is it due for replacement? If you're building your own system, of course, warranty and what that life cycle looks like. So we'll look at all these different aspects as part of our comparison when we're looking at the different alternatives. Another big thing is governance. Obviously, how big a say does Hood County have in the operation of the system? So whether you're part of a network and what you can do there as far as having your input and voice heard versus operating and owning and operating your own system and having other perhaps participants on your system. We'll work through different governance models and things that have worked in the past for other clients, but of course take your input and customize it. The key thing. This is public safety radio communications we're talking about here. So system redundancy and reliability is so important. First responders, whether law enforcement, fire personnel, they need this system up and running all the time. So we take into account redundancy when we're evaluating the different alternatives that Hood County could pursue. Interoperability, of course, the ability to communicate with one another, not only agencies within the county, but neighboring agencies in the event of some type of incident. So evaluating how interoperability plays with each of these alternatives is very important as well. And then, of course, cybersecurity. Unfortunately, we've all heard of ransomware attacks. We've heard of the physical security issues where there's vandalism at radio sites, or even, unfortunately, copper or other types of physical equipment stolen. So how to secure that to protect Hood County's assets, that's really key. And then taking into all of this is budgetary cost estimate. What is the best value for the county? What are the costs of these alternatives? What value do they deliver? And really providing that type of evaluation is what we want to do. Next slide, please. So this all culminates in a recommendations and report and then we'll present the findings. So what we do is we come up with prioritized recommendations based on which of these alternatives delivers the best value for the county. And we're looking, again, at all those aspects I just talked about, and based on our professional opinion, we'll provide that recommendation, and of course have that discussion. So we'll provide a roadmap. So how do you get there from here? It's important to understand and take your inputs as, is this something that has to be phased due to budgetary needs? Is it something, obviously, also from an operability standpoint, do we have all law enforcement move to it first and then fire? So there's a multitude of different things that have to be taken into account when we look at that. But again, we'll take the input from the county participants and come up with that roadmap that makes sense and is achievable. And then we'll deliver the report and we'll review it with the stakeholders, make sure it meets all the needs. If there's any input, we're happy to take that back and solidify that in a final report, and then of course do a presentation to the county to present the final outcome of that. So all that it culminates in our radio system analysis and recommendations report. Next slide, please. So I wanted to just give you a snapshot of, we've done over 3,500 projects as a company, and I'll go into a little bit more detail on that, but in the next slide. But as far as just a sampling of some of the efforts we've undertaken here in the state of Texas, and also some other similar sized counties around the country. One thing I wanted to say is, federal engineering brings all our knowledge and best practices to this project. So everything we've learned from all those 3,500 other projects, best practices, intricacies of the projects, knowledge of the vendors, we bring all of that here. Also wanted to point out, for example, in the case of El Paso, our recommendations are practical and implementable. And we implement it with a minimum of risk. We want to minimize risk for our clients and for the county. So in the El Paso's case, we did everything from needs assessment to the alternatives analysis we're discussing here today. But in that case, we went all the way through and implemented their system. We helped them with the procurement. We helped them implement the actual system with minimal amount of risk, and they have a fully functioning P25 radio communication system today. And it was a project that took several years, right from I call it cradle to grave, but it worked well, and so that's kind of some of the relevance I wanted to point out for Hood County. We are also vendor neutral. We have never done work for an equipment vendor in the past. We have no plans to do so in the future, so we're truly unbiased independent consulting firm. And that's important in these cases where, for example, Tillamook County, we've just completed the procurement. We, again, did needs assessment, alternative analysis, and so forth for them, but they're in the finalization of a contract with a vendor. And again, we provided our feedback, but it is their decision, and we just look at everything objectively, and that's the way we operate. We have experience with all the major LMR radio vendors, whether it be Motorola, Harris, Tate, EF Johnson, or JVC Kenwood. So we are very well versed with all the different vendors, and have good working relationships with them. And our cost benefit analysis yields recommendations that are justifiable. So in each of these cases, when we've provided alternatives, they've been implemented and come at a cost that makes sense to each of our agency that we work with. Next slide, please. All right, so I wanted to kind of wrap things up with why federal engineering. So we've been in the business 43 years. Ron Bosco, our founder and CEO, is still our CEO. So we've had consistent leadership throughout the 43 years. We've been in the public safety business. Again, we're truly independent, as I just mentioned. We have a very deep bench. We have over 50 subject matter experts, but important to that is we have a team here, based here in Texas, to provide support to Hood County. The project manager, the technical lead, they're right here in Texas. One's in the DFW area, one's in Houston. And then they have a lot of other expertise to lean on within the firm. And we've done a lot of projects of this size and scope. We actually have our own small community consulting practice that really focuses on communities that might have a more limited population, but large geographic area, a lot of volunteer first responders. And so we've dealt with different aspects. We understand every client's unique, and that's what makes us really focus on the needs for each client. And we've had an excellent project performance. I'm very proud to say that all our projects have always ended up a success. None have been a failed project. We really take everything we do very seriously, given this is what we do for a living. And with that said, I don't have much else to add, so I'm going to leave it open to questions.
Greg is in DFW. You're in Fort Worth, or?
Dallas area.
And who would be on site doing our interviews and things? That would be Greg?
It would be myself and Lewis, who's also Texas-based.
And that's the person that's in Houston?
Yes.
So did you read the Vistas report?
Did I read the?
We had an assessment done a few months ago from, I don't know if it's Avistus or Vistas, but.
The report. I took a look at it. Yes.
Okay. What was your major takeaway from that?
You know what? From what I recall, honestly, I can't recall the details, to be honest. Did you read that by any chance? No.
Okay.
No, but I get a sense that the city and
Could you
county,
in the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry. I get a sense that the city and county entered into an arrangement together that is now proving not to be what you had originally anticipated.
Yeah. Do you know what the major factors are in that, or?
I assume there's some I don't know. I assume there's some political factors at play. So one of the examples that Rajit brought up was with Santa Fe. It's a good example. It's a project it's a client I'm working with now. We've been working with them since I think at least 2016, 17. Yeah. It was city and county. We did an assessment for both of them at the same time, and then they kind of diverged in where they wanted to head. The city immediately decided they wanted to join the statewide network, and the county wanted to take a look at doing their own independent system. And we continued supporting their diverged interests, and then the county eventually, a few years ago, decided they wanted to rejoin the state system. But each of them are independent, and we looked at them independently through their needs assessment. So things that applied to the city didn't necessarily apply to the county, but we looked at how each of those could take advantage of the opportunities and a shared regional communication system and shared dispatch and interoperability.
So could you go over again? I think you did this close to the beginning, but just to make sure I understand, what is your vision of what the final report looks like?
Sure. So the vision of the final report, and of course we'll work with the county if this is not exactly what you're thinking, but the vision is going to be looking at different alternatives. The alternatives that we've seen based on the RFQ that was sent out was staying with your existing radio network, which is the Granbury Regional Radio Network, and how to enhance that participation, going and building your own system and operating it, and also joining another regional partner potentially, and how that looks. And so the report will have these different alternatives identified. It'll have coverage maps for each of the different alternatives. It'll have a key breakdown of what that configuration looks like, what the benefits for each of the alternatives are, what are the cons. We'll also have a cost analysis for each of the alternatives, so you can look at the pros and cons of joining or building out that system, plus have the cost that it entails. And then based on that, we would provide that and then come up with our prioritized recommendations based on what is the best cost benefit analysis for Hood County. We would then prioritize those recommendations and submit it as part of that report. So it would have essentially, and of course, as with all our reports, there would be an executive summary, so you don't have to read all 100+ pages, and you can kind of get the synopsis in probably 4 or 5 pages of, you know, what the key criteria was, what are the different differences between the different alternatives, and what our prioritized recommendations look like.
And so is the cost just the implementation cost, or is there another cost?
Yeah, so we factor in different types of costs. So we have the implementation costs, which is obviously very important, but if you're, of course, joining a system or something like that, there's going to be perhaps some ongoing costs, right? And then even if you own your own system, there's the overall maintenance costs. So we'll factor all that in. We like to call it total cost of ownership. And we look at that total cost of ownership for all the different alternatives, whether it's joining a system, staying on the system you're currently sharing, or having your own system. We will look at all of those aspects. So you can make an informed decision based on not just that upfront cost, which I mean, we know with the building out your own system can be substantial, but that overall total cost of ownership, and you can compare that to see, okay, maybe the upfront cost for joining a system is less, but then the total cost of ownership might not be as beneficial because the ongoing cost of being part of that. So we'll look at all that stuff to make sure.
We usually take that out 10 years, 15 years?
We can do it. We normally do it to 10 years, but we can do it to 15 years if that's what you desire. There's no hard and fast rule on that.
So of one of the projects that's similar to what we're doing, do you have a roadmap or a project plan or something that you can share with us that can give us an idea of? I mean, you could send it to Glenn. I mean, not right this minute.
Sure, yeah. Oh, yes, absolutely,
either
yeah.
The El Paso or Santa Fe or a different one that you didn't highlight, but it's very similar to what we're doing to get an idea of your roadmap and or your project plan, how you went about it.
Absolutely.
I was just going to point out one of the benefits that I think federal engineering has is having done so many projects and the continual breadth is that we've developed. We've leveraged a lot of cost models. So as we're looking out through our budgeting cycle and looking long term, we've really honed in our cost models to be able to help you budget accurately. So you're not left you know, too much or too little for looking out. And we've had very successful engagements. Most of our clients that we do assessments for enjoy the experience so much that they tend to keep us on to help them through the implementation phase, like we are with Santa Fe County.
Okay.
Yeah, and the strategic roadmap, like you were mentioning, we can work with you to figure out, based on the budget cycles and so forth, how to phase that in too. You know, there's not always just one way to get from point A to point B. So we're very cognizant of, hey, maybe we move a certain set of first responders first, or dispatch centers, or, you know, there's different ways to basically come up with it. All depends on what the alternative and the recommended solution ends up being, but we'll definitely work with you to make sure that there's a strategic roadmap that makes sense to the county.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much
Right,
for
thank
coming
you.
down. Good presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Joel.
I actually didn't even notice.
On down.
We have ours on the jump drive.
Had it to Christine there, please. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. We're with Trot Communications Group. I'm Barry Black. This is Tom Murphy. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak this afternoon. Guess we'll go ahead and get started. So a little bit about Trot Communications Group. We're a radio frequency engineering consulting firm. We've been in business for almost 50 years, about 48 years now. We're located in Irving, Texas, so we're not too far away. And we are a minority-owned business. We're owned by woman-owned. Well, yeah, woman-owned, yes. But we are independent of all equipment manufacturers. We are not associated with any certain radio vendor like Motorola, L3 Harris. We work on projects for all those companies. And we are completely independent of not only those equipment manufacturers, but also installers, distributors, and integrators. So we're not associated with any of those. Our main customers are in the public safety industry. We do a lot of projects for transportation and utilities, education as well, and then also private radio systems as well. We have a lot of experience with P25 Phase 1 and Phase 2 systems. And we have, over the years, we've managed well over 300 critical radio system projects. So we, as far as our qualifications go, thank you. We have experience with P25, as I just stated, but we've also have projects that are digital mobile radio projects, DMR it's called. Some of the older systems, conventional systems, simulcast radio systems, multi-site systems. These are different types of ways that the tower sites transmit these signals, if you will. And then, of course, trunking as well. We have experience, as I stated earlier, with all the major manufacturers, Motorola, L3 Harris, and EF Johnson. Those are the main three P25 vendors. We've worked on small systems, basic systems, and more complex systems. An example of a basic system would be maybe like a 3-site conventional P25 system, 3 tower sites. But a more complex system would be one that would be multiple counties that are connected, maybe multiple simulcast cells, 20+ sites with 20 channels per site, and a very complex microwave backhaul that connects all the sites and provides all the data to the sites for the retransmission out to the users, the first responders. Some of the recent projects we've worked on have included things like redundancy. It's very important for a public safety radio system. IP backhaul using not only microwave, but also fiber. And a lot of the projects include encryption, GPS on the PTT, smartphone gateways, LTE and Wi-Fi connectivity, and interoperability, and of course, new consoles that have backup radios in case there's a loss of the system and you can transmit over the air and still be connected. Thank you. So all of our projects, we always have kind of a mission or a project mission in mind, and we're always committed to supporting the customer without bias. You know, we're always acting in the best interest of the county or the customer or the city, whoever we're working for. And we feel like we're uniquely qualified and knowledgeable and locally available with a full range of evaluations for what the county's looking to explore in this situation. We wanted to point out we have a lot of experience locally here, but our past efforts with the city of Granbury is not going to be a conflict of interest at all in this situation if y'all decide to go with us. We are currently working on other projects in the area as well, including Tom's working on Erath County and Somersville County right now as well. And I actually worked on the city of Granbury system day one. Tom, you also worked on Stephenville, city of Stephenville, when they were joining the GRRN as well.
Let me just clarify that. Are you currently contracting with the city of Granbury?
No, we are not. We do not have a purchase order at all with them.
Okay, so no statements of work in progress or?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I will say that they have been ones that after the project was over and the system was accepted, which kind of ended the project, let's say, for a consulting role like we were providing. They've had some small projects that have come up where they need some additional help, and they have contracted us to do something really small. But right now we have nothing with them.
So if you were selected for this project, would you see that as a conflict to accept additional work, or?
We would not, because we would be working in your best interest with your goals in mind. And if they approached us to ask us to do something because we were working for y'all, we would vet that with you guys first. If we think it's a conflict of interest, we would stand down on that. We're not gonna start a project and then have something come up that would potentially create a conflict of interest. But at this point, we don't see it being a conflict of interest because we don't have an open project with them. And clearly the help that you need is we would move forward on that project considering what you need and not consider anything from the past, really, from them or radio system. So I was pointing out a little bit earlier that we do have a lot of experience with all the major manufacturers of P25 equipment. These are examples of L3 Harris projects that are currently, some of them have been completed, but some of them are currently underway. One in particular, the city of Lubbock, Texas, that's an L3 Harris project. Somerville County and Erath County, those are currently underway. Van Zandt County and Hunt County, Texas, are both L3 Harris systems. Those are both in progress, almost wrapped up on both of those. And then, of course, Granbury there you see, in Stephenville. And then we also did a project for Corpus Christi and Rockwall, Texas, all L3 Harris systems. And I just wanted to point out the L3 Harris, since y'all have L3 Harris infrastructure at your sites. And
but you also have experience with Motorola.
yes, ma'am. Yes, we have Motorola projects going on right now, and then one E.F. Johnson project with DFW Airport.
Yeah, the Permian Basin one was with Midland that then joined with their county also.
Yeah.
To expand, and I think even the county next door.
Yes.
Ector?
No.
Was it Ector County?
My superior worked on that one. I did. I forget. It's the one to the west.
It's Midland County for sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to throw this to Tom. Tom's going to give you some feedback on a project that we think is very similar to what
you guys are kind of looking at. That's what I call a case study. So Yes, oh, sorry, yeah, short guy. So Davis County, Kentucky was a system I worked on. It ended up being Motorola, but so that was a case where they were VHF conventional looking to go P25. Their county seat, the city of Owensboro, already had a P25 Motorola system with a core. We actually helped them with the RFP, the selection, the implementation, but we actually wrote that RFP such that all the vendors had to reply that they were going to build out an independent system, but recognizing that this existing system was there, they could supply an alternate solution along with that primary solution. Well, the alternate solution did end up getting picked because of financial reasons. And so the county, which already shared dispatch operations with the city, ended up building out a 3-site simulcast. The city site stayed a multicast, kind of like Chalk Mountain is for Hood, and shared core, continued shared dispatch. And that got implemented, up and running great. But again, kind of, you know, politics happened, and Davis wanted to explore separating, whether it be a full divorce or a separate divorce. And so we did a study for them, budgetary, what would it take, budgetary, to kind of 3 scenarios: just split dispatch and all their RF sites and core. And in that case, the state of Kentucky has an existing Motorola system as well. So they also looked at maybe joining, instead of purchasing their own core, joining to the state system to see if there's any savings there. So they, you know, we did that whole study for them. They ended up, they have not split off yet. They are still building a public safety facility separate with a nicer dispatch. So, you know, who knows, but currently they ended up staying. But it was an interesting stay that I thought had a lot of similar ramifications that you guys are kind of exploring here.
Thanks, Tom. Okay. So as far as Trot's knowledge and then some of the project challenges that we wanted to kind of outline here, we have a very good understanding of the current Granbury Regional Radio Network because we worked on it from day one. That was not one where we wrote an RFP to help the city. The city was interested in L3Harris, and we reviewed a proposal from L3Harris and helped the city get that into one that really met their needs and requirements, and then the project moved forward. And then we helped them with implementation. We also helped them with the closeout and the testing to make sure everything worked right. And so that was kind of that project with Granbury. We feel that our knowledge will result in a more efficient process of evaluating potential changes for the county. We really understand everything. We won't need to start from scratch. There are numerous challenges that will require substantial consideration and planning and design efforts for the county to break away from the GRRN. And some of those things we wanted to kind of list here just to kind of put them out there. One thing is coverage, RF coverage. And anytime you're changing coverage, you also have to update your FCC licensing. So there's FCC licensing considerations as well. And then that gets into site acquisition. You've got to either build towers or you need to lease some towers to put your equipment on. So that and site upgrades, bringing in generators and shelters and things like that are another challenge. The backhaul, which is what connects all the sites together through microwave typically or fiber, that will have to be reconfigured in most cases. And then that relates or goes into FCC licensing for the microwave system. Interoperability replacement due to a loss of talk groups. When you're part of a regional radio system, your interoperability with others that are on that system is purely through talk groups that are designed for interoperability. If you broke away from a radio system and have your own system, then you've got to replace that interoperability somehow so that you can have mutual aid and assistance by other agencies. And so you can do that by different means. There's different ways to do that, and that's what I'm kind of talking about here. You'll have to
decide who do you need to interoperate with and decide and figure out a way to do that going forward. Because you won't do that just on the radio, unless you have your unit IDs programmed into both systems. You can use interop radios to do that, or you can use something called ISSI to do that as well. Cutover planning will be a challenge because you have a live radio system now. You're not moving from a conventional system to a P25 system. You're moving from a P25 system possibly to your own P25 system. So cutover becomes tricky because you've got users on it and it's live. Training also becomes important. There will be another level of training. If you purchase your own cores, there's training that will need to be provided so that the people that maintain the radio system for the county understand all the new equipment they're having to get and understand how to use the network management tools to be able to monitor the system and its health and operations and things like that. There'll also need to probably be an update to the maintenance service agreement. If there's an existing maintenance service agreement in place, it's typically for this set of equipment. If you expand your equipment, you've kind of expand that maintenance agreement so that your equipment's covered and you're getting the proper updates for cybersecurity and various updates that are needed along the way. Critical spares are kind of the same thing. If you've got more equipment now, then you may need a bigger set of critical spares. And then the last thing, of course, that's not necessarily a challenge, but in a project like this, you've always got to look at the associated costs. So there'll be a substantial cost analysis, as Tom mentioned, was done for Davis County that we thought was a very similar project to what you are looking at here. That would be important. Oh yeah, gosh, yes. Okay, next slide. So this is just a layout of the GRRN, and it shows Hood County, and really it's just to show that there's 4 simulcast sites there, and 2 of them are the cities, and 2 of them are the counties, and then of course Chalk Mountain down here. So that's just that. You can go to the next slide. Okay, our advantages. We're local. We're only an hour and a half away, so we're here for short notice meetings and things like that at minimal cost. We have a thorough understanding of the GRRN, our past experience analyzing client separation from a regional radio network to achieve autonomy is what Tom talked about. We are currently working 4 projects in Texas that are L3 Harris, and 2 of them are right here in neighbors of y'all, Erath and Somerville. And we have a really good working relationship with L3 Harris, their sales team, their implementation and warranty and maintenance service teams, because of all these relationships that we've built with them. And so we feel like we have, that's a plus, that we kind of know the people that are associated with those projects. And I believe that's the last one. Any questions?
Yes. So in your own your own words, I guess, for lack of better words, could give me a concise explanation of what our problem statement is?
So it's our understanding that y'all are part of a regional radio network now, and maybe things aren't exactly the way you thought they were going to be. You rely on others to manage that radio system, and they make decisions possibly, and I know that there's associated costs with being on that system that maybe have changed. Yeah. And so our role with the city of Granbury on all that was purely a mathematical component.
Maybe I wasn't clear.
Yeah.
What is it that our problem today, and what is your vision for your deliverable and how it would address that problem? What is your vision for what your final deliverable would look like and how it would address that problem?
Sure. So I think what you got to look at first is we probably need to sit down with stakeholders and make sure that we're all on the same page as far as what exactly your needs and requirements are. versus what they are, what's going on today. So we would come up with a plan on what it takes to separate yourself from what you're connected to today with the Granbury system. And we would lay that out and say, to maintain your coverage, you need to do this. To maintain your backhaul, you would have to do this. If you don't want to connect through their tower sites anymore, then you'd have to do this. And so we would come up with a detailed plan that says you need to do X, Y, and Z, and here's the associated cost. And there could be multiple options here. There's the situation of, and I'm not sure y'all are interested in this, but there's a system in Fort Worth that you could potentially join. But if y'all want to own your own core, be in complete control of your radio system, then the path I see forward is that's an L3 Harris system with your own core here locally, and y'all manage it and take care of it. And if somebody else wants to join y'all's system, then y'all could potentially talk about that. But now you're in control, and our deliverable would be that plan with associated costs and an estimated timeline that it would take y'all to get there. That's what I would anticipate our deliverable to be.
Okay, and is the cost the implementation cost, or?
So the cost we could provide, typically we do this all the time, is they would be budgetary costs for the equipment, the implementation, and we could do long-term maintenance as well, like ownership for 15 years, let's say. So
maybe kind of like what Granbury's doing now, maybe opportunity to work out with ERAP and Somerville, that they kind of
Come to the mic, please.
I'm sorry. Possible recoup costs by just similar what Granbury's doing, if you can work out agreements with Somerville, ERAP, who else knows in the future, to they join your core and now you have an ILA with them,
Well, that got my attention on your last page. So you are working with ERAP in Somerville?
Yes, sir.
Because I've talked to both judges in Beach County, and very, let's say, receptive to working something out.
Yes. Yes, and I know, and I kind of know that working with them, obviously, they, with the new ILA pricing, I think we're in a very similar boat to you guys, and weren't necessarily happy with that, so.
So clearly our deliverable could include, additional, looking at some scenarios like that if they were something that they were looking at too.
Check out the Avistus report that we had. You read that? Can you get to? What was your major takeaway from that report?
It totally made sense from my understanding what's been going down in the GR, and I didn't have I didn't think there was anything wrong with it there. They correctly pointed out how, your options are going to be, like we did with Davis County, your options are going to be essentially acquire your own core, price out what it would take to join a Motorola core. As Barry mentioned, in Fort Worth, there's costs there because the infrastructure is going to have to be changed, but you price it. You need to, you're the customer, and to make an informed decision, you just need to know what those pricing costs are, so.
Yeah, well, that's what we were looking for, is what the RFP said is list the alternatives, list the pros and cons, list all the costs, and, so we can make and I didn't hear you say that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You said, it sounds like you need to go to this and
No.
Harris system, and we're going to tell you how to get to Harris system. And
No, not at all.
Well, no, clearly.
One of the options would be to look at what it would cost to join a Motorola core, as an example, or the state doesn't really have it. So, but we would just look around, and give you as many options as possible. So as a customer, you make an informed decision.
So would you like to restate what your vision of what the final report would look like?
I thought you were asking my opinion on what the best path and the easiest path would be.
Well, then, I mean, then you're going to be biased if you already think that's the best path.
Well, it's only because you've made a substantial investment in L3 Harris equipment at some sites. That's why I was saying that.
The question is, according to our RFQ, what is your vision of the final report?
Options for you to evaluate and determine what's the best option for the county. And that can be really broad. If you're interested in joining another system, like I said, Fort Worth, then that could be part of it as well. Or it could be purely that you're wanting to look at having your own core and running your own system. And then we could look at different options for all the providers. You know, what would that be for Motorola? What would that be for L3 Harris? What would that be for EF Johnson, if you want to go that far?
Talk about what is your time frame?
For getting this completely done? Well, I guess it depends on how quickly we get a contract and work out all that. But I would say probably, it just depends on that scope. If you want to go the Fort Worth route and all that too, probably 4 to 6 months.
Yeah, sounds right. We didn't really go in the RFQ.
I will say this, we just worked on a needs assessment study for a county project that's 10 sites, 20 channels per site simulcast in another state. And we talked to 2 major manufacturers because they were really the main options here. And so that took probably about 4 months to get that pricing, meet with them, talk to them, because they have to go back and crank some numbers and bring back some information. They don't just do it overnight, even though you would think that they would do it quicker than they do. But to get all that information, ask the questions, look at the information. Sometimes you got to go back and forth with them and figure out, you know, what they exactly mean. But to come to a final product that would be deliverable to the county, I would say 4 to 6 months.
So you didn't, I know I went back to your response and I had a question mark. What's the timeline? Because there wasn't anything in here that it just said that you would achieve our timeline goals, but you didn't. I mean, you have a lot of experience doing this. You did this with Davies County, so
sure.
I didn't understand why you didn't put in a timeline.
Apologize for that lack of detail. Put in info there, but that's my fault. But I agree.
It's clearly
4 months.
Yeah. 4 to 6 months.
I think, boy, I should have thought to say this earlier, but I think that it's important that we understand that this is not an us against them situation. Granbury is in Hood County. Those are our taxpayers also.
Sure.
And we need to find the best solution for everybody.
Right.
I think, you know, just to reemphasize that it's, you know, we need to come up with the best for the whole county.
No,
so.
Completely agree.
Thank y'all very much.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right, appreciate it. Okay. Well, at straight up 1 o'clock, that concludes this
Well,
special.
do we need to call everybody back in and do something similar
Why don't we
with what
just
we
do
did
what we
earlier? Well, yeah, I would like, what I think we should have done on the last one is just narrow it down to 2 or something like that, to go forward and wait that decision. Well, yeah, do we want everybody to come back in or?
Oh, tell them all come back in.
I'll make a motion to table the decision until 3/24 court.
By Commissioner Samuelson to table the decision regarding RFQ 2026-03P25 Radio Network Consulting Services till the next Commissioners Court on March 24th, 2026. Second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? Not. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. It's unanimous. We will make a decision at that time, gentlemen. Thank y'all all for coming down. Appreciate all your work. Thank y'all.
Appreciate it.